Good morning. How is everybody doing this morning? We're good. My name is Dimakatso Sowana, and I'll be your MC and host for today's plenary session. I would just request that we just excuse us for a little bit of time, as we're going to soon welcome the minister and the dignitaries into the hall. As soon as they walk in, I would like to ask everybody in the room to please kindly stand as a sign of respect. But in the meantime, I'd like us to have some conversation going. Is that okay with everybody? Okay. So as I said, I like moving around, and I think this restricts me because the roving mic is not moving around. It's not on yet. But yet, thank you so much for availing yourself for this session this morning. We know that some of you are traveling from far and wide places. We welcome you to this session this morning. Please, may you please clap and give yourself a round of applause for making it this morning on time. Okay, so I'm being told that they're just gonna clean up the beautiful mess that was left by our opening act. Weren't they just magnificent? Would you disagree with me? I think they were. We are here today so that, let me close this. I just want to find out from all of us here, and by a show of hands, who is not from South Africa? Please show your hands. Oh, I see a couple. If you do not mind, I would like to ask you to stand, ma'am, on the side with the blue shirt and tell us which country you're coming from and introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Alice Mutete Mwetwa. I'm coming from the Invest of Zambia. I'm from Zambia.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Tavoli Swaniso. I'm coming from the Invest of Zambia. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you. So how are you finding South Africa? I find it strange that this past week I was doing a session in the Eastern Cape, just some hikers, some couple of guides from America, and I asked them a simple question. How are you finding our country? And likewise, the comments and the questions and the conversation that transpired thereafter, somebody would imagine. So if you don't mind, sir, I would want you to stand up again and share with us. How are you finding South Africa?
Yeah, it's good. The only thing I think is when you're around people, especially at the hotel and so on, and you come out, you are warned, be careful, be careful. And I think that's where I have a challenge, because I don't know how the extent at which I should be careful. The other day I was just outside the hotel and holding a phone, and the security personnel came and told me, please, don't hold your phone like this, especially if there's a car stopped in front of you and so on. I said, oh, okay. Because in Zambia, I can move with my phone in my hands, I can talk, even for 1 hour, no one disturbs me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Please clap hands for that. Thank you for sharing your heartfelt and opinions about how you feel about our country. It is indeed the same sentiments that I received from the American team when they found out that what made them scared of being in our country was the crime rate. And most of them were not feeling comfortable walking around our beautiful cities because they did not feel safe. And I'm hoping that after this session, this 2-day session, we will have entrepreneurs in this room that will change that, bring about the much needed solutions that will make our country a better place. Do we all agree? And I saw another lady over the side. If you don't mind, the guy with the roving mic. Please raise your hand again if you're not from South Africa. We want to hear a story. The gentleman in the front, please. Sandile, there's a gentleman in the side wearing white.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Diratibo Victor Halala from the National Visit of Lesotho. Yeah, but about South Africa, we only have one neighbor, so for us, nothing strange. So we live here, so basically, we are part of the challenge. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that and welcome. Please don't sit just yet. I just want you to know, to answer the very same question. How do you feel about our country? Do you mind sharing with us how you feel about our country?
Like I said, that we have one neighbor. We live in here. We buy stock here, we buy food here. So for us, even whatever is happening is part of our package. So is South Africa same as Lesotho? I would say so. Thank you.
Thank you. So some people say that South Africa is a country of vibes. And I see an older generation in this room, and I'm like, where are the vibes? Are we indeed a country of vibes? Are we? If you don't mind, please, we are going to welcome the minister and the dignitaries just soon. If you don't mind, people sitting on the far right and on the far left, can you please occupy the seats in the middle so that we can fill the seats here first. So if you don't mind, can I please see by the show of hand another person also coming from outside of South Africa? There's a beautiful young lady over in the middle. Please, also when you introduce yourself, tell us where you come from and tell us what you think about our country.
Good morning, everybody. I am Tolwana from Lesotho, the National University of Lesotho. Thank you.
Tell us, you're not done, ma'am. Tell us how do you feel about South Africa?
What can I say? South Africa is a very beautiful country, and yeah, well, what can I say? It's a neighboring country, yeah. So everything we need that side, mostly we come this side, and yes, yeah, thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. I think we all agree on one thing, even though South Africa is not a continent, but a country in Africa, Africa being the continent, we'll pardon you for that. We do all agree that South Africa is a very beautiful country with beautiful people. We are warm, we are kind, and we are welcoming. I think our beautiful flag and our diversity makes us easy to relate with people from our neighboring countries. And as we welcome you today onto this plenary session, we just want to say, please feel at home. As they do say that we are a nation of vibes, we are bubbly people. Please meet somebody you have never seen before and take a selfie with them. I want to see the social media buzzing with hashtags. Are we in agreement? Can I get some livelihood? Are we in agreement? Are you willing to take a selfie? If you don't mind, please let's all take our cell phones, and we are just waiting for the minister. Don't worry, we're going to begin our program just shortly. But I want us to engage. Please take out your phone, and we are all going to take a selfie. You're going to take a selfie with the person next to you, and you are going to use that selfie to tag us, tag Edie on hashtags on all your social medias, platforms, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok. You can even Skype us and say, we are in the room, in the moment. Entrepreneurship, sustainability. I will give you shortly the hashtags which you will use, but right now I want us to take a selfie. So I'm just going to stand in the front and I'm going to take a selfie on the background with all of you. Please take out your phone and let us take a selfie with everyone. Just before we take that selfie, can I please ask for Moya Collective to please join me on stage? We are about to begin. As they are making their way on stage, can we please take out our phones, and we're going to take that selfie quickly. Please don't miss that opportunity to repost. It's quite important to make advocacy and spread the word around for what ED is doing, and to let the people know that you are in attendance in the Lekgotla 2025. So in just a short moment, we're just going to welcome the dignitaries. As soon as they walk in, I'll just remind everybody to please be on our feet as we welcome them in the room. Okay, may we all rise? Thank you very much for that beautiful rendition. Good morning. Sanbonani, Absheni. How are you? May we please be seated. Thank you so much. That was a beautiful rendition by our very own Moya Collective, comprising of Tumisho Hwete, who's on vocals. Please say hello to the audience. Please clap hands for them. Offense Sibula with a tenor saxophone. Tebe Musi with a double bass. Lebogang Mputa with the drums. And Dr. Puti Sipuro, lecturer in the Department of Art and Music, piano. Thank you very much for that beautiful rendition. As I said, I would like to take this moment and appreciate and just welcome the Honorable Minister. Thank you, and I welcome our respectable delegates. Thank you so much. Dignitaries, we welcome you today. We are about to start our program, and as I said, my name is Dimakatso Sowana. I go by the name The Contracts Guru, which is my stage name. I'll let you know earlier or later what that means. And as we begin our session today, I want to begin our session with a question. What if Africa's greatest export wasn't minerals, music, or athletes, but a model of entrepreneurship that rewrites the global playbook? How about we get into a lecture room and nobody starts the session with a Silicon Valley story, but how a young Dimakato from Soweto changed the global scope of entrepreneurship in our country? Isn't that beautiful? And that's what we aspire into. I'm not going to take much of your time, as I'm going to welcome our Honorable Dr. Gumbo onto stage, who will come and do the opening and welcoming. So, as we may clap hands together and welcome Dr. Gumbo on stage. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Program Director. Good morning to all. I'm excited to stand in front of you this morning to our distinguished guest, the Honorable Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Nomusa Dube Ngube, Chief Executive Officer of USAF, the Deputy Vice Chancellors from Unisa, our host institution, our academics from all our universities, colleagues from UNECA. You will be recognized officially in the next address. I'm standing here just to welcome all of you to the Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education, EDHE Lekgotla 2025. It is a privilege to welcome all of you colleagues from the higher education sector, not just from South Africa, but from the continent. And it's not just from the African continent. We have representatives as far as Asia, South Korea. So I've always said EDHE has gone global. Can you give that a round of applause? Each year, the Ndaba Studentpreneurs Ndaba and the Hotla reminds us of why we do what we do. It's not just about programs or just about events, about funding calls or frameworks. It is about people, specifically young people, that turn ideas into opportunities. Lecturers, academics, reshaping how entrepreneurship is taught at our institutions, where we position them as engines of innovation and inclusion. This year's theme, Sustainability for Entrepreneurship, Building Resilient Futures, could not be more fitting. We all know the local and global context in which we are operating in. Our economy needs new solutions, and our young people need opportunities that are meaningful and future-oriented. And our universities, through the teaching, learning, and research and innovation, are perfectly placed to respond. As a result, entrepreneurship is truly embedded in the DNA of our higher education institutions, serving as a bridge between learning and livelihood, between aspiration and achievement. With these welcome remarks, colleagues, it is my great honor and pleasure to introduce to you the Chief Executive Officer of Universities South Africa. That is a representative organization for all our 26 public universities, Dr. Petiwe Matutu, who is a mathematician by training, having earned her PhD in mathematics some moons ago, and her academic journey began in the lecture halls at UCT, Stellenbosch, and Rhodes University, where she worked passionately to make mathematics accessible, particularly to previously marginalized groups. Her leadership journey in the public sector is equally inspiring. At the former Department of Science and Technology, she served as the Chief Director for Human Capital and Science Promotion, where she was instrumental in securing major funding for postgrad studies and research. And during her term, flagship programs such as the South African Research Shares Initiatives, Centers of Excellence, were curated and expanded, which lay a very strong foundation for a more inclusive science innovation ecosystem. Before joining USAF, Dr. Matutu served, as I've mentioned, as the Group Executive for Strategy Planning and Partnerships as well at the National Research Foundation, where she led the development of the NRF Vision 2030, conceptualized the R&D Innovation Information Platform, and built strategic partnership that mobilize knowledge and resources across the national system of innovation. She is no stranger to academia. She is no stranger to the innovation sector, to the research sector. Under her guidance, USAF continues to play a leading role in ensuring that our universities remain globally competitive, while responding to the unique development needs of South Africa. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our leader, our lovely sister, our mother, who continues to inspire us with a clarity, courage, and compassion, the Chief Executive Officer of University of South Africa, Dr. Petiwe Matutu.
To the, oh, sorry. Okay.
Just apologies. I just received a side note on the side that our beautiful band can go back to their seats and they will come and do their final act after the session has, so may we please clap our hands for our band as they take their way down. Thank you so much.
The Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, Dr. Dube Ncube, the Deputy Vice Chancellors who are present with us. We have a number of them. I will just mention a few that I've seen. From universities of Free State, Unisa, we have a number of them. Walter Sisulu University, Central University of Technology, Wits University, Nelson Mandela University, the Vice Chancellor who is present with us,
Professor Nokuthula Sibiya, who is the Vice Chancellor and Principal of Mangosuthu University of Technology, and also the Deputy Chairperson for the Universities South Africa World of Work Strategy Group. We also have with us the Ambassador Lavina Ramkisson from the AU. We have some colleagues from the African continent as well who are with us. We have a number of representatives from government departments, not only from Department of Higher Education and Training. We also have quite a big group from the Department of Science, Technology, Innovation. We have our deans, the executive deans from our universities. It's quite a pleasure to address you this morning in this Edhe Lekgotla, the Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education program. From Universities South Africa, we have been introduced already, but I would like to further emphasize who we are, because a number of you may just not know who we are. We are a representative body of the 26 public universities. Others call us an association of vice chancellors. We're not an association of vice chancellors. We are an association which represents universities, so that goes beyond vice chancellors. So in our prioritization of areas of focus, we have this entrepreneurship development as a focus area. And in order to ensure that it's entrenched within our structures, we've had to develop a strategy group in this area, which is called the World of Work Strategy Group. It's headed by Prof. Mpedi, who is the Vice Chancellor at University of Johannesburg, and Professor Nokuthula Sibiya is the Deputy Chairperson of this World of Work Strategy Group. We have a number of members who are here with us. I will mention Professor Nganywa from Walter Sisulu University, who is a member of this World of Work Strategy Group. And that is trying to ground our entrepreneurship development work within the strategic focus areas of Universities South Africa. Being a representative body of the 26 public universities, our boards are all the 26 vice chancellors of universities in South Africa. So this is, I would say, is the highest decision-making body when it comes to any area of focus by universities in South Africa. Let me come to our conference today and the purpose of our conference. We know that entrepreneurship holds immense potential for sustainability, economic growth, fostering innovation, job creation, addressing societal challenges, while also promoting sustainable practices and responsible business models. And universities are key actors in creating vibrant entrepreneurship ecosystems for sustainable prosperity and development. So noting that university ecosystems do not exist in a vacuum, it is necessary and valuable to connect and collaborate with academia, the private sector, the public sector, the investors, startup communities, as well as international actors in this entrepreneurship ecosystem. So the facilitation of this event requires alignment to these key objectives: to provide an engaging platform for leaders of entrepreneurship in higher education, to amplify the support and the work of the EDI communities of practice for student entrepreneurship, entrepreneurship in academia, and entrepreneurial universities, to showcase the businesses and other organizations that support entrepreneurship in higher education, to provide a learning platform and a voice for student entrepreneurs, to facilitate the collaboration with local and international stakeholders. I would say, in a nutshell, this is quite a crucial element. And why is it crucial? It's very much important considering the context that we find ourselves in. It's not just about the investments which are made into the area of entrepreneurship. It's the key role that universities play in training our young people, and it's the key role that universities play in advancing economic development of our country. So with entrepreneurship development within higher education, that would not be possible. And we do not only focus on the student, we're trying to make entrepreneurship development an inherent part of the DNA of our universities. And the way in which we do so, we focus on the student entrepreneurs, we focus on the scholarship, that means teaching and learning of entrepreneurship. We focus on getting our universities to be entrepreneurial. You'll be quite excited to hear that the latest of the activities that we have established as Universities South Africa is to get all the directors who are responsible for getting universities to be entrepreneurial, the possible business opportunities that can be taken up by the various universities. We have a community of practice that has recently been established to drive that work as Universities South Africa. The collaboration that we are expecting to emanate from a conference that is this one, particularly with the African continent, is quite valuable and is necessary, considering that our context is unique as the African continent. Our context has got very, I would say, similarities that are not there with the rest of the globe. We were just discussing recently with the United Nations colleague our population bulge as the continent of Africa. We have more young people than any other continents in the world, and that requires of us to be very creative in terms of ensuring that we cater not only for the education of these young people, but we ensure that they play a center stage in driving economic development within the African continent. And entrepreneurship is one of those areas which makes this possible. We've become quite an attraction for the globe because the expectation is that almost half of the globe population by 2050 will be within the African continent. And it becomes crucial that we prepare appropriately for that time when it comes by ensuring that we fully utilize that population bulge which is emerging as we speak. The theme of our conference is Entrepreneurship for Sustainability, and it has got quite a number of key areas of focus. In that sense, we've got the Sustainable Development Goals, and the key thing is to focus on a number of these Sustainable Development Goals. And there are some of them which are very much aligned with the work that we are doing. SDG 8, the decent work and economic goals. SDG 17, partner for the goals. So all the partnerships that we require in order to make the work of entrepreneurship development within higher education institutions feasible. The quality of education also is a key component, as I have mentioned exactly how we are driving the work of entrepreneurship within higher education institutions. Gender equality, we are noticing that women are falling behind when it comes to entrepreneurship, to the extent that we've had to separate them sometimes from males. And that's an area that we have focused on, the gender equality component, as we drive entrepreneurship development. The Edhe Lekgotla will focus on sustainability for entrepreneurship, speaking to elements of sustainable innovations, green, blue, circular economies, social entrepreneurs, innovating to address our social challenges, sustainable investment, funding for venture and innovation sustainability, sustainable universities. The university entrepreneurial ecosystems have to make this possible, and advancement through technology. So these are some of the elements that we expect to be touched on as we go on with our Lekgotla. And within the sustainable innovations, we know that our government has also focused on a number of areas there. The green economy is an area that it's focusing on, advancement through technology, AI work. These are areas that it's focusing on. So it is important that we create better alignment between what the government is driving, what the globe is driving, and also what the African continent is driving. So the need to collaborate and also to share information and to understand each other's priorities as we go on within the Lekgotla becomes quite crucial. Otherwise, it's difficult for us because we are not business, we are not industry, we are not the continent, we are a country. And it's important that we get to understand what is happening elsewhere in such a way that we better position ourselves for that. You'll be quite thrilled to hear that we've had enormous support from the private sector to drive entrepreneurship development. I will mention a number of organizations which have supported our work. Standard Bank, supporting our economic activation offices. We have the APSA, which has supported our interface of entrepreneurship with the technological innovations which are produced within universities, and even funded a competition to this effect. We have new potential partners, Momentum, which is looking at partnering with us. We have Mr. Price, which is looking at partnering with us. We have Alan Gray, which has partnered with us to advance the competition among students to drive entrepreneurship and also to profile the work of the students and academics in advancing entrepreneurship work. So at this stage, I think it's proper for me to say that I declare the Lekgotla open, and thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much for that. May we please give a round of applause again for Dr. Pethiwe Matutu. It's a beautiful work that is being done by University South Africa
Without wasting any further time, I'd like to call on stage the Acting Vice Principal for Research Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization in Unisa. It's none other than Prof. Eunice Sekwe. Can we just clap her hands as she joins us on stage?
Thank you, Program Director, for giving me this opportunity to introduce our Professor Mpongwepe. He is C2 NRF rated and Acting Vice Principal, Research Postgraduate Studies, Innovation and Commercialization at the University of South Africa. His substantive position is Executive Director, Library and Information Services. He was previously the Director of School of Arts, Acting Deputy Executive Dean, and Head of Information Sciences and the Center for Applied Information and Communication at Unisa. He worked for several organizations, including the National Archives of South Africa, Cape Town Archives Repository, Technikon Northern Gauteng, the Auditor General of South Africa, Bloemfontein Legal Deposit Library, United Nations Children Fund, Trans-Caledon Tunnel Authority, the Department of Provincial and Local Government, as well as the ULIS Library Services. He has published over 100 articles, conference proceedings, book chapters in library, corporate governance, auditing, archives, indigenous archives, authentication, oral history, philosophy and literature, as well as 3 scholarly books with Tyler Francis and Oasis. Prof. Mwepe has also published 2 award-winning anthologies of Northern Sesotho, short stories which were recommended for grade 8 learners between 2006 and 2010 by Limpopo Department of Education. He has also written the biography of the 2012 Comrade Marathon champion, Ludwig Mamabolo. Prof. Mwepe has edited a number of journals, including the South African Journal of Library and Information Science, the Journal of the Eastern South African Regional Branch of the International Council on Archives, and the Journal of the South African Society of Archives. He is also serving in a number of Scopus in-text journals published by Emerald, Springer, and Sage. From 2013 to 2018, Prof. Mwepe was the director of the Team Africa for International Project on Permanent Authentic Records in Electronic System Trust, which was coordinated by the University of British Columbia in Canada, Vancouver. Prof. Mwepe was the inaugural chairperson of the Gauteng Provincial Archives Advisory Council in 2015 to 2020, which advises the MEC for sports, arts, and culture on issues relating to archives. He also served on the Ethics Committee of the American-based Archival Education Research Institute, as well as the Technical Committee of Encoded Archival Description from 2023 to 2024 for the American Society of Archivists. He is currently serving in the Limpopo Provincial Archives Advisory Council, which advises the MEC on issues relating to the archives in the province. Prof. Mwepe has supervised 27 master students and 30 doctoral students to completion. Welcome, Professor Mwepe, to the stage. Thank you so much, Program Director.
Thank you, Professor Sigwe, for the kind introduction. Madam Program Director, I thought as we are in the 4th Industrial Revolution, I will read my speech from the cell phone. Guess what? My battery is flat now. And now my problems are bigger than that of Kaizer Chiefs and ESCOM combined. That is a double trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, I have been requested, or rather instructed, to welcome you and set the tone on behalf of the Principal and Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Lenkabula, who conveys her warm greetings and deep appreciation to every participant gathered for this momentous occasion, the ETHE Lekgotla 2025, proudly hosted by the University of South Africa, the University of the Land. Honorable Deputy Minister Dr. Nomusa Dube-Ncube, the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, I have been given a long list of table of precedents. When I looked at this list, it reminded me of one scripture in the Bible. I don't know which one, but when you read the scripture, one day I went into the correctional facility with a clergyman to go and pray for those to be corrected. And because the clergyman thought that he knew the Bible very well, he was not going to prepare for the sermon. So upon arrival at there, when he was supposed to read the scripture, he just opened the Bible. And then that scripture came up. It says, so-and-so gave birth to so-and-so. So-and-so gave birth to so-and-so. And it's about 3 pages. And he realized that he's not going to be able to interpret this. And he just said, no, these people are just breeding one another. So, pardon me, Deputy Minister, I'm just going to read the table of precedents as a given. And we welcome you to the University of South Africa, the University of the Land, and the Chief Executive Officer of Universities South Africa, Dr. Petue Matutu, CEO. You know, University South Africa sometimes confuse us with the University of South Africa. The Director for Operations and Sector Support University South Africa, Chief Matlubi Mabizela, the Ambassador African Union, the Honorable Ambassador Lavina Ramkisoon, all the principals and vice chancellors that are here. I have noticed that Professor Nogutula Sibia from the Mangosuthu University of Technology is with us, and the executive management of the University of South Africa, led by the Professor Ramahwai Maganu, who is the Vice Principal of Institutional Development, and the Acting Vice Principal for Teaching, Learning, Student Support and Community Engagement, Dr. Chivazi, and Professor Unisa Sekwe, the Distinguished Professor, and we also have the Deans from the University of South Africa, Dr. Trungwani, the Dean of the College of Accounting Sciences, and Dr. Mantebu Masichaba, the Acting Dean of the College of Economic Management Sciences. We also have executive managements from various universities of higher learning in South Africa. Here I'm given the list from the Unisa Northwest University, Mangosuthu University of Technology, Walter Sisulu University, and the University of Free State. And I'm also recognizing the head of corporate citizen and program at ABSA Group, Ms. Nonhlanhla Makagula, and Victor Konde from United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Seloma Parat, the division head for City of Tshwane, Gabriel Mutlotsi, Acting Executive Manager for Trade, Investment Promotion and Project Tshwane Economic Development Agency. Professor Eric Stem, Professor from Utrecht University in the Netherlands, and the students from all over South Africa and the student leadership. And we also have representatives from various countries: Kenya, Lesotho, Botswana, Zambia, Scotland, Ms. Paul Ratcliffe, Netherlands, Ethiopia, and South Korea, Professor Yoon, and our partners, Department of Higher Education and Training, ABSA Group, University of South Africa, Tshwane Economic Development Agency, City of Tshwane, United Nations Economic Commissions for Africa, Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and cousins, good morning. That was a long list. And as I said, I am delivering this welcoming address on behalf of the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa. Therefore, I'm not going to add anything to the words of the Vice Chancellor, and neither am I going to take away any weight from the speech of the Vice Chancellor. I'm just going to read what is given to me, for I'm afraid of the plagues that are described in the book of Revelation, that we shouldn't add and we shouldn't subtract. I didn't hear any amen. In the absence of amen, I would like to make a further disclaimer. If at the end of the welcome address you don't feel welcomed, please don't shoot the messenger. However, if you feel welcomed, please praise the messenger. As Professor Maganu would say, Mastene aagona ka hobane di tswetse mafatla. And in his language, Professor Maganu told me that tiro ga di latjane, meaning there are multiplicity of events, so the Vice Chancellor is attending to other events. Ladies and gentlemen, I am both humbled and elevated by this honor and privilege to welcome you to the 7th annual EDHE Studentpreneurs Indaba, which is empowered by ABSA Group, and the 8th biannual EDH Lekgotla in partnership with the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, 4th Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa, hosted at the University of South Africa. I often hear people in social media referring to this university as University of Unisa. Sir Ken Robinson reckons that if you are not prepared to be wrong, you will never come up with anything, innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, indeed, gardens are not made by sitting in the shade. You sit in the shade for you would have planted a tree many months ago. And the best time to have planted a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is today, now, at this moment. Therefore, today, through this event, we assert that higher education, science, technology, and innovation have a dynamic link with economic growth and prosperity. This event starkly reflects that nexus. The EDHE Lekgotla is more than a conference. It is a convergence of purpose, a space where people meet practice, and where the nation's universities recommit to building entrepreneurial ecosystem that transform our students from job seekers into job creators. We gather at a critical moment for our country and our continent, an era defined by rapid technological changes, environmental uncertainty, and social transformation. Yet, amid these challenges, we are called to unleash the entrepreneurial spirit that resides within our youth, our academics, and our institution. As Professor Clayton Christensen once reminded us, the true power of innovation lies in our ability to question, observe, network, and experiment. It is that innovator's DNA that this Lekgotla seeks to strengthen across our higher education system. Entrepreneurship within higher education is no longer an optional pursuit. It is a strategic imperative of national transformation, and the EDHE program has demonstrated that universities are not merely centers of knowledge, but ecosystem of innovation that ignite socio-economic renewal. Knowledge is not power if it is not applied. Yes, knowledge is power, but if it's not applied, it's not power. At Unisa, we are also aligned, and our story is one of resilience and innovation. It is the story of Tata Madiba, who completed his BA degree through Unisa while leading the struggle for justice, teaching us that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. It is the story of Justice Dikgamo Seneke, at the time the youngest prisoner who studied in Robben Island, providing that learning, he proved that learning can flourish even in confinement. It is the story of countless others, like President Matamela Ramaphosa, who earned his BProc through Unisa, who demonstrated that the pursuit of knowledge can spark both leadership and entrepreneurship. Why did I forget myself? Ladies and gentlemen, myself, I'm not referring to myself. I'm reading the speech, remember? I'm referring to the Vice Chancellor, but also myself as well. Through initiatives such as this, our entrepreneurship module for all students, our technology transfer and innovation office, and our growing network of incubators and industry partnership, Unisa continues to advance entrepreneurship as both pedagogical practice and a development imperatives. And as we host this Lekgotla, we do so as a living laboratory of innovation, committed to working with sister institutions to make entrepreneurship education a defining feature of the South African higher education landscape. We are expected to do more and more with fewer and fewer resources. Maybe we can draw a lesson from King David, who killed the lion, or was it Samson who killed Goliath? But it doesn't matter. David improvised given the little resources he had and killed the giant. So was Samson, who made a weapon out of a donkey jaw and killed the lion. Like them, we need to also disrupt in Industry 5.0 by being innovative, having startups and incubation. As universities, we can disrupt through lean startup for students, and it was Thomas Edison who indicated that anything that won't sell, I don't want to invent. Its sale is proof of utility, and utility is success. It was Alexander Bell's dilemma after inventing a telephone. His dilemma was that getting fashion is to catch is hard, but invention it is not. It was not a problem for him to invent a telephone, but for people to use a telephone, it was difficult. This can be reflected in an advert by Telkom, wherein a neighbor calling his neighbor, and then upon calling the neighbor, he go outside and say, "Molo mtoboa." So that shows that getting the invention to be used, it is hard, but invention it is not, and it is the spirit of entrepreneurship. So, Honorable Deputy Minister, as university leaders, we are propelled by strategic government investment in education as an incubator for the technology-based entrepreneurial talent that will drive national economic growth. We are also moving towards curricula emphasizing student choice, multidisciplinarity learning, and transdisciplinarity learning, as well as delivering integrated student-centered curricula at scale. And this is the future, where we put the student at the center and use the resources to facilitate team project and authenticate experiences, and then put the taught curricula online. And as we build an ecosystem for design manufacturing education for formal curriculum with required and elective modules. Ladies and gentlemen, as I wind up and introducing the conclusion, the EDHE initiative under the stewardship of Universities South Africa and the Department of Higher Education and Training has become a beacon of coordination, capacity building, inspiration across campuses nationwide. And equally so, at the University of South Africa, we believed every student has the potential to turn ideas into opportunities and opportunities into entrepreneurship. Through EDHE, we are witnessing powerful collaborations that bridge the gap between research and real-world application, between learning and livelihood, and between students' aspirations and South Africa's development priorities as reflected in the National Development Plan. It is how we respond to youth unemployment, inequality, and the imperative of inclusive growth. And as Peter Drucker Wesley said, the best way to predict the future is to create it. It is the same if you want history to be kind to you. You must write it. I have just paraphrased Winston Churchill so that turn it in doesn't deal with me. That is why today we are gathered here to co-create South Africa's entrepreneurial future. And as we commence this EDHE Lekgotla, may we use these deliberations to move from dialogue to design, from policy to practice. Let us build an ecosystem of support that are inclusive, sustainable, and transformative. Let us reaffirm that entrepreneurship is not a privilege, but a pathway to freedom and dignity, especially for our youth. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the University of South Africa prides itself on the tremendous progress that has been made in developing an innovative culture among employees and students. I don't know what it means. But what I know, the Proverbs highlights the positive impact of welcoming guests and the reciprocal nature of hospitality. On behalf of Master, the Vice Chancellor of the University of South Africa, Professor Puleng Ngabula, welcome to the University of the Land, the colossal from which student entrepreneur learn most in the know and leadership are the product of this noble institution, the fountain from which students quench their educational thirst. Let this Lekgotla be remembered as the moment when South Africa's universities, hosted by Unisa and inspired by the EDHE, reimagined the future of higher education and entrepreneurship in our country. Finally, now I am concluding. Let us change our density and change our destiny. Let us be inspired to be entrepreneurs, else we will expire. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Puleng Ngabula, I welcome you warmly to the 2025 EDHE Lekgotla. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Mpongwepe. As we will help me welcome on stage Mr. Philip Shabalala, the Chief Director, Teaching, Learning and Research Development in the Ministry of Higher Education and Training. Minister, thank you. Mr. Shabalala, on stage.
Program Director, ladies and gentlemen, all dignitaries, Your Excellencies, Deputy Minister, I rise on the protocol already established. As you could see, the lists are very long, and I wouldn't even attempt to go that route. I'm going to do the task that I'm seized with now, which is to introduce to you the keynote speaker to address us at this Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education Lekgotla. Born in Kwamashu Township, Dr. Nomusa Dube-Ncube made history on the 10th of August 2022 when she was sworn in as the first woman premier of KwaZulu-Natal since South Africa's democratic transition in 1994. A dedicated activist of the African National Congress, Dr. Dube-Ncube is also deeply committed to honoring the role of women in nation building and advancing South Africa's transformative agenda. She has held several key leadership positions in both the public and diplomatic sectors. Before her tenure in the KwaZulu-Natal legislature, she served as South Africa's ambassador to the Czech Republic. Within the provincial government, she served as the member of the Executive Council for Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs from 2009 to 2019, and from 2019 to 2020 served as the MEC for Economic Development, Tourism and Environmental Affairs, and from 2020 to 2022 served as the MEC for Finance. Dr. Dube Ncube has also contributed to global and environmental initiatives as a member of the KwaZulu-Natal Climate Change Council and as a board member of the 911 Fund, which is a New York-based non-profit organization established by former US President Barack Obama. On the 22nd of July, 2025, this year, Dr. Nomusa Dube Ncube was sworn in as the Deputy Minister of Higher Education and Training, continuing her lifelong commitment to public service and the empowerment of communities through education and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome Deputy Minister Dube Ncube to the podium.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Program Director, Dr. Matutu, the Acting Principal and Vice Chancellor of Unisa, Prof. Hoepe, Unisa executive members, as well as the extended management, the Chief Executive Officer of USAF, executive members and professors from various universities and TVET colleges that are present here. I also wish to join in my colleague who would stand on the protocol that has been observed. But we know that we do have our international guests, our international contributors, the representatives for various universities that continues to support and collaborate with us. We recognize the institutions that are working with us, such as the Ethiopian United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, delegates from various countries that are also present, and international guests. Ladies and gentlemen, we also wish to acknowledge the students that are present here. It is a profound pleasure and honor to address you on this 8th National Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education, Lekgotla. As we hear for yet another groundbreaking session, we reimagine the future. We are encouraged by the evolution of Lekgotla, that it means more than just a court where disputes are resolved, but where meetings are shared and the minds as well as ideas. I would like to encourage everyone in this room to have a resolute spirit in attendance. Before we go into our respective spaces to discuss the future of this country, our youth, may we reflect on the role we have played as elders within our communities in ensuring that our young people are part and parcel of transformation, but more than anything else, they benefit from the wisdom that we find in this room in particular. The community of higher education learners, eldership by way, in this context, is not just the subject of age. It is experience, it is expertise, it is also willingness and innovation. It is wisdom sharing that is transformational. And historically, we know that Lekgotlas were intended for our communities to sit down and train one another and share on that wisdom. So holding dear and carefully caring for this that keeps the village together, a value system and ethos of the generations. We hold the mammoth task within our learning institutions to guide each other. The institutions holding the weight of the task because we as students have got a responsibility to this country, but also to the future generations. People create business with the idea of longevity that will last for more than one generation. The question we need to ask ourselves is that in this Lekgotla, as the custodians of the ethos of the value system, what will we be imparting into the next generation of innovators? And what do we have to learn from each other? Also, what can we take from the future to use today? So in Lekgotla, the intergenerational relationship we have with each other has got a central survival role and upkeep of the ecosystem. If we consider that Lekgotla be a tree, then we understand that those who water it today may not be able to sit in its shade in the future. And yet, the tree is just as important to the community and each generation. Sustainability must be considered as practice of value systems that respect and thinks of a future as resources that will thrive for the next generation. A practice of ensuring that the preservation of resources so that the future too can have a share. What is wonderful is that our cultures and traditions as people of this continent echo sustainability at practice. We are encouraged to share, to give, to preserve, and to celebrate. In acknowledging and acknowledgement, sharing today, we may be reminded that we are not starting anything new, so we do not have to be intimidated, but look to the future with enthusiasm, knowing when well we are guided by principles that are already in existence. Lekgotla then, whatever its appendage, whether it is Lekgotla on entrepreneurship development or other topic, means the upkeep of the custodianship ethos. What we are here to do, colleges and colleagues and esteemed guests, is to ensure that ideas that are used or we use for our centuries-old wisdom propel us to the future. Over the past years, the Department of Higher Education and Training has made significant strides in embedding entrepreneurship within the higher education. Through the EDHE program, we have witnessed not only the growth, but also transformation. Year after year, the program has expanded its reach in output as well as in its impact. Entrepreneurship is no longer a peripheral activity. It is now strategically recognized as a priority area within our university. University leadership is embracing it, driving it, and weaving it into a very fabric of their own institutions. And we are very excited as the department about this move. That shift for us is very powerful, and it signals to every student that their ideas, their creativity, and their ventures are valued. As the department, we also want to say, let's ensure that it is here in gatherings like this, where leaders and champions of entrepreneurship come together to share, to learn, and to collaborate. And when that happens, magic happens. Ideas are also exchanged, partnerships are forged, and research is inspired. practices evolve, and momentum spread across disciplines. So year after year, we are informed that we are progressing and we are moving the needle as the department and institutions of higher learning. I want to take example the Studentpreneur Indaba, a gathering that celebrates and empowers students who dare to run businesses while studying, which preceded this event. The annual EHDE, Entrepreneurship Intervarsity, a stage where our brightest students, entrepreneurs, compete, inspire, and improve that future of South African business is already here. Communities of practice and economic activation offices are amongst the initiatives that shape the entrepreneurial mind in our universities as well as in our students. The students are not just running businesses here, they are redefining what it means to be a student. They are role models, a new kind of heroes, paving the way for their peers. Their courage reminds us that our role is not only to educate, but also to equip, to support them in ensuring that they receive resources and recognition needed to become tomorrow's captains of industries. Equally vital is the work being done by the Unit of Communities in Practice. This group of academics, professionals, students, and leaders are doing the hard work, groundwork, to advance the student participation in the economy. Their contributions are invaluable, and we will call on all universities and TVET colleges to recognize and support them in the work that they are doing in EDHE. Leadership has always been about action, not positions. Across our universities, our TVET colleges, dynamic leaders are rising to champion entrepreneurship in their institutions and communities. Their collaboration and efforts have already borne fruits, such as the University Entrepreneurship Ecosystem Baseline Report that was launched in 2022. This landmark study lays the foundation for policies that will shape entrepreneurship in higher education for many years to come. But we must go further. If we are to respond effectively to the economic challenges facing our nation as well as the world, we must advance towards a national entrepreneurship policy, a unifying framework that integrates entrepreneurship into every facet of our public sector, particularly even beginning from the basic education side. And yes, these are the challenging times. Economic realities can overwhelm us. And yet in this Lekgotla, it's not about despair. It is about resilience. It is about remarkable spirit of students and graduates who continue to innovate despite all odds that we are facing as a country, but also as institutions. We wish to honor those who juggle their studies while running businesses, often in informal economy. Working while studying is not a small feat, and yet many of our students rise to this challenge. As universities, we must continue to support their entrepreneurship journeys, especially in engaging with and uplifting the informal sector economy. While we celebrate that women represent 65% of our graduates as per our 2023 HEMIS data, we cannot ignore the low participation of female students in the entrepreneurship. And this is a really cause of concern for us as the department. And against this backdrop of gender-based violence, economic empowerment for young women is not an option. It is an essential for all of us as a country, but also as institutions. The Students' Women Economic Empowerment Program, the SWEEP, that was launched in 2021, is one step in that direction. Already we see increased female participation in the EDHE activities and awards, and this is a progress that is promising, but it must grow. Universities must support such initiatives such as SWEEP, while ensuring that male students are also encouraged and are engaged so that both men and women are empowered to thrive. To our students across South Africa and South African continent, we want to say to all of you, seize this opportunity of your that the education affords you. I encourage you to utilize every opportunity that your university education brings, consciously taking charge of equipping yourself with variety of skills that might support your future participation in the economy, be it through employment or entrepreneurship in the broader sense. Do not see yourself only as job seekers. You must see yourself as job creators. Equip yourself with diverse skills, embrace innovation, and remind yourselves that entrepreneurship is not just about starting businesses. It is about building future. It is about creating dignity, unlocking potential. I also want to emphasize that technology must be part of the entrepreneurship training. The use of technology to enhance your products will also give you that added advantage from the rest. Make sure that your innovation is IP secured so that you can also commercialize this. To our academics and researchers, you hold an immense power. Every conversation, every teaching choice, every piece of research can plant a seed of entrepreneurship thinking. We call on you to innovate, deliberate, to conduct research with a focus on solutions that can be commercialized, and to encourage a mindset that sees challenges not as obstacles, but as opportunities. We have the expertise and the capacity to solve our Africa's problems. What we need now is a collective will to act boldly. This is, in essence, the Entrepreneurship University, an institution that not only teaches knowledge, but also translates that knowledge into impact. Entrepreneurship is not a solo endeavor. It thrives in ecosystems. It requires integrated support, built through partnership with private sector, local business community, government, as well as international networks. As the department, we are committed to play our part in securing partnership, in sourcing funding to empower you as practitioners, as academics, and as leaders. But we cannot do this alone. Every stakeholder represented here must commit to work together for greater good. And so, as we gather here on this Lekgotla, let us not forget why we are here. We are here because the youth of our nation cannot wait. And we cannot wait as a country to ensure that our universities create students for employability. And it is one area that ourselves, with our Minister of Education, we are driving, that every university, every TVET college has got to partner with industries that they operate amongst, so that we ensure that entrepreneurship, also to ensure that we are training and we are educating our young people for the job market, but also for them to play within the economy. So we are here because our country needs a new generation of problem solvers. Our country needs innovators. Our country needs dreamers who are bold enough to create change. So let us be bold. Let us be relentless. Let us not grow complacent or weary. Instead, let us all rise and hold each other by hand, because in each and every one of us, we can solve the problems of unemployment in our country. We regard ourselves within the higher education PSET system as the thinkers, as the people that should be providing solutions to the country, and we expect that we do that. We need to ensure that through the leaders as change makers, as academic activists, we increase our impact to empower the youth of our country through entrepreneurship, if we are to grow our economy, if we are to deal with those so-called unemployed graduates. We should not be training our graduates for unemployment, but rather we should be focusing where is the industry growing, where our industries need to grow, what are the challenges that we are facing our country, and research and all our innovations need to be directed towards that, so that together we can grow our economy and also create employability for our students. So ladies and gentlemen, we wish to thank you for your presence here, your vision and your dedication. Together, we hope that we will light the fire of entrepreneurship in every university, in every TVET college, in every CET colleges, in every community, and in every students around our country. I think it is time that the future of ours be shaped by the entrepreneurship spirit within our families, within our communities, and that will make us build a better country for all our people, but also grow the PSET system so that it begins to shape the very country, the very challenges that we are facing as the country today. We thank you.
Thank you again, Honorable Deputy Minister. I hope every young person here have had their eyes and their ears open, and that where we need to send our focus for the next coming years to curb the high rate of unemployment. Thank you again, Honorable Minister. Thank you. I would like, I think before we go into our next act, the Honorable Deputy Minister would have, unfortunately, to leave us. As she leaves and walks out of the room, I'd like that we all stand as we usher her and the delegates. Okay, that went off. We usher her and the delegates as they go to take pictures outside. And we'll welcome back on stage Moyo Collective, who will give us 2 renditions that they have prepared for us. Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a beautiful rendition by Moyo Collection. Can we give them a round of applause again, one more time? May I please sincerely ask that anyone who is outside, any of our delegates who are still outside, may you please join us into our auditorium as we are about to start our next session. Please make your way into the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome back on stage Dr. Edwell Gumbo to introduce our partners.
Okay, thank you so much. And once more, good morning, colleagues. The protocol has been established, so I will rise on that protocol. It's a simple task to acknowledge our partners for the EDHE Studentpreneurs Indaba and EDHE Lekgotla for 2025. I want to acknowledge them, starting with the government entities. I'd start with the funder of this program, the Department of Higher Education and Training, through the UCDP, University Capacity Development Program. Can you please give them a round of applause? Without them, this program wouldn't exist. And then following them, I acknowledge the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation, DSTI, who has actually partnered with us towards expanding our footprint on the African continent. They have been able to fund the attendance from some of our colleagues from the University of Zambia. Are they there, students and academics from the University of Zambia? Can we please welcome them? Funded by DSTI, colleagues from the National University of Lesotho. They're sitting right there. We acknowledge you. We have colleagues from Botswana. I think they attended yesterday. I'm not sure if they are still here. We had colleagues from Tanzania. All that. For them to be here, it's through the partnership that we had with the Department of Science, Technology and Innovation. I also acknowledge the Department of Trade, Industry and Competition. The colleagues, please wave where you are. DTIC colleagues, I was with Kwanele outside. Dr. Mofe is speaking in the afternoon. That have partnered with us to deliver the component of export readiness. Our innovators will create products and solutions. And those solutions, the market is big through the African Free Continental Trade Area. And the DTIC is actually helping them package their products for not just the continent, but even for the global market. Thank you so much. And a bank that has walked with us on a journey this year, actually on 4 programs, and being the sponsor for the Studentpreneurs Indaba. I like actually their tagline, your story matters, because our story matters, the collective story matters. ABSA Bank, represented here by Dr. Is it Stephen? Yes, Stephen, from ABSA Bank and other colleagues. Can you give them a round of applause? I think the applause is a little bigger because the money, there's a lot of money that came from the Red Bank, ABSA Bank. We appreciate your support and the partnership. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Dr. Victor Konde, who is a representative of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, headquartered in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. They are actually championing what we call the Alliance for Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa. At last count, 19 of our 26 universities in South Africa were actually members. I have noted quite a number of colleagues representing the different universities from the continent who are members of the Alliance. Can we please give them a South African welcome? You are welcome, colleagues, to South Africa. You are welcome to the University of South Africa. You are welcome to the Entrepreneurship Development in Higher Education, as well as Origin Research and Innovation Labs. That is led by the former Vice-Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology, based in Kenya, Professor Kioni. They will speak to introduce themselves as well as the program. Can we give them a round of applause, please? Through the Origin Research and Innovation Labs, actually this weekend, we had a hackathon, 2 tracks, solutions for fintech, for startups, as well as solutions for climate change and green energy. We had a hackathon, and we had quite a number of teams. Was it 29, 39 teams participating from the continent? And I'm happy to say, at least as the host nation, we did not disappoint, because we were able to take one of the tracks. So South Africa, represented by the University of Cape Town, took the track on fintech. Can you give them a round of applause? And a university in Kenya actually took the other track, and the overall university is Kenya. So what I like about it is the footprint. You know, we're broadening the footprint on the African continent. I also want to acknowledge, colleagues, this amazing university, the University of South Africa, which has been the host, opened their doors for us, their facilities for us to gather here. So can we give our host university a round of applause? We thank you, colleagues, also colleagues from the City of Tshwane Economic Development Agency, TIDA, also exhibiting outside. They took our students on a tour of the city, taking them to different startups within the city to show them what is possible, what other startups have done before them. So we acknowledge you. And all other partners, I will not mention names in terms of the academics that I've seen, the DVCs. I saw from VUT here, Dr. Nelana, quite a number. The support that you provide for this program is amazing, and we really appreciate you. And obviously, the host institution for this program, University of South Africa. Can we give the host institution a round of applause? If you are coming from a South African university, USAF is yours. You are USAF, because it represents you. As the CEO said, it's not an association of vice-chancellors, it's an association for all the universities, which is the mother body for all our universities. It's for all of us. Yes. Thank you so much. Can we give them a round of applause? Without wasting much time, I will call on stage Dr. Victor Konde from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa to give us his message of support. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Okay, you are too tired. Good morning, everyone. So in the morning, I was actually thinking we have dodged a bullet. I will not be here, and I'll just kind of quietly go away. But first of all, I would like to thank our hosts, the Unisa, and also for the ministry, I think, for all the support that they've granted us and coming here and being with us today. I come from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, and I'm always asked, what is that? Well, the UN has about 5 economic commissions, and I come from the one for Africa. There's one for Europe. If you go to Geneva, there's an economic commission for Europe. There's an economic commission for East Asia. There's an economic commission for Latin America, which is in Chile. So we are part of the main secretariat. We are not a specialized agency like maybe WHO or others. We are part of the UN secretariat. So we are actually your your UN in Africa. And so for that reason, we have actually 3 main mandates: promoting economic development of the continent, promoting social development, and promoting regional integration. So if you look at if you go to our website, you'll find a whole host of programs from macroeconomics all the way to regional integration, to infrastructure, energy, and I come from the team that works on science, technology, and innovation. And it's for that reason that we're actually here. We're looking at how can we get our universities actually to contribute to economic development, to social development, and to regional integration. This morning, I think there have been a lot of messages on how well you are doing, which I guess is a very good thing to know. And I have a little minor deviation on what else we should be doing. So if you look at our universities, your teaching mission is well established, like across all your departments or your units. Your research mission is actually getting there, and it's well established across your entire university, your entire departments. Whether you are doing English, someone is teaching you research. Your entrepreneurship mission, not just in Africa, we actually looked at the US, I spent almost 6 months in Finland, is not well established. It's actually put in some corner, assigned some person to look after it, and some incubator somewhere, or innovation hub somewhere. What we are hoping, and I'm hoping that's what you are here for, is that that mission itself gets integrated across your entire education system, your entire institution. Which means if a student is doing English, they should learn about entrepreneurship. It should not be in the schools of engineering or in the schools of medicine or agriculture. If they are doing art, like our colleagues who are here, that's already a big business. And most of those people will actually have to learn how to run it as a business themselves. So for me, that is one thing. If you are here, I'm hoping when you look at your institution, whether a vice chancellor, a deputy VC, or a dean, or some distinguished professor, which we had today, that is a mission we must make sure it's in all units. The second message for me is what we've been looking at is how well your universities are embedded in your local communities. People talk of MIT. MIT doesn't care what's happening in New York. They care what's happening in Boston. If you talk of Stanford, they don't care what's happening in Washington. They care what's happening in their city, in their communities. When we talk of unemployment, it's not what is happening in the country somewhere else. It's happening in the city you live in the community you stay with. In fact, last night we had a blackout at the hotel I'm staying. We had some light, but the whole neighborhood. I think we should be addressing the challenges of our communities. That way we can get actual support. So I go to talk to many, vice chancellors, ministers, and they always tell me, industry is not interested, and my message is, no, industry will be interested if you are solving their problem. So I'm hoping all of you can join us in taking that message across the continent. You have your alliance has about 50 universities already that are former members, another 60 that are not former members, but they participate in it. Approximately, I think at last count, you have almost somewhere around over 1 million plus students in those universities. The entire continent has locked up in our universities approximately 18 million students. That's a large population. If each one of them even just created one job or two, I think we can do something about driving the continent forward. So perhaps that is what my last message is. I talked about Origin. The Origin Research and Innovation Hub has 3 main messages. One is to solve problems where they are, and so the name called Origin, which is problem solving. And the second one is we would want to see Africa actually to be leading in science and technology. We should be inventing the future. We should not be waiting for the future to be invented somewhere else. And the last one is we should definitely do some scaling up. I'm sure you would hear about startups or something that created 5 jobs. That's okay. But it's also okay if those startups can create 100 jobs, 50 jobs, yeah, or 1,000 jobs instead of just one job or two jobs, or they are selling in one market. We hope we can sell across the entire continent. So with that, I thank you, our hosts, for being here, for actually giving us the fancy facilities. I also thank our colleagues from EDHE, who we have worked with for several years. And I thank everyone else who's here, so I'll stop right here. Otherwise, I'll talk for a long time. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And when we call on stage, we're just running short behind on our program, so we're just going to run quickly as we catch up time. May I call on stage Mr. Geoffrey Munari, the Chair, Alliance for Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa. May you please join us on stage, sir. Okay, seems like he is out of the room, so I'll just proceed to the next session on our item. I'd like to call in Ntsiki to come give us direction into our breakout session, and I'll just want to let you know that during the breakout session, as you walk out of the hall, as they give you direction, please note that you can grab your coffee and tea into the breakout sessions. However, you cannot bring the same into the auditorium for safety concerns, but you may grab your tea and coffee and head out into your designated breakout session. So I'm going to call Ntsiki into the podium to come and give us direction into where we need to go from here on. Ntsiki? I think maybe she's still outside. If I can have maybe one of the delegates, please go grab her for her, because we are at the end of the first plenary session. We are supposed to move into the next one, which is our breakout session. So if I can have someone, please, rushly and quickly, please go grab her so that she can give us direction from here on. Whilst we're still waiting for her, I would like to take this opportunity and ask you a question. Do you think Africa is at a place where we can say that we are competitive globally in entrepreneurship innovation? And I would like us to engage. So I'd like to take a couple of hands from the audience, from someone who is confident enough to say, Africa is at that point where we are ready to do a global takeover in entrepreneurship and innovation. Is somebody brave enough to give us their opinion on the audience? Yes, please.
No, I don't need it. I think we are ready. And my reason being the fact that I've seen our youth. I've seen how innovative they are. I've seen how brave they are to start up businesses. I've seen the ideas they bring on the fore. So for me, our youth is showing us places. We are ready.
Can we clap hands for that? Are we all in agreement? Can I please hear from a young voice, somebody who says they are confident enough that we are ready as Africa to take the global stage in innovation and entrepreneurship? I see the lady and the gentleman raising their hands. Can I please have the roving mics reach them as they tell us, they give us their opinion on whether they think Africa is ready for a global takeover?
Okay. I don't think we are there yet. I think there's a lot of potential for sure in terms of like the drive that youth has, the innovative ideas, and the plans, everything. But considering the fact that, for example, our country, South Africa, is in a lot of debt. So if we're talking like practically speaking, not from like a theoretical standpoint, theoretically we could definitely get there, but I think right now, the way the scene is set, the fact that we still do owe Western powers money, and we're not even at a position where we can branch off completely into the global stage without being somewhat dependent on a Western power, just because of the way things are set up, not because of we just intrinsically are not capable, but I think just the way things are set up, we're not there yet. We have the potential, but I think I would be more confident if there wasn't like an economic dependency on the West, if we didn't owe the West money as a country, for example. Then I feel like I'd be more confident in saying, yeah, we definitely are ready. We can, there's potential, but practically speaking, it's going to take some time. So yeah, that's my take.
Let's clap hands for that. Thank you. And what she's saying in a nutshell is that we need a systematic change in our systems. We do have the potential. We do have the young people ready to take the baton and lead this continent into the best place it can ever be over a century. And what we need is a independent and systematic change into our system. I saw also the other gentleman who was raising his hand. I'm going to give you an opportunity to share your opinion with us. Why do you think Africa is at this place where it's ready to take over globally in terms of entrepreneurship and innovation?
Thank you. I am Sohobun Jesse from the National University of Lesotho. Well, I think as Africans, we are not so ready, but I feel like we are at the starting point of kicking things because like the event like this ones, we see many entrepreneurial mindset coming together and enthusiastic, the youth. And I feel like in this era of digitization, it's a push in the back for universities to produce more employers rather than employees, because from the beginning of educational system, it has been producing more employees than employers. So I feel like in like 5 years, we'll be at that point like where we can say, okay, we are doing it. Thank you.
Okay, let's give a round of applause for that. Thank you. And I think we have incubator programs that have been established, especially by ED and all our alliance partners, APSA and all the partners that are involved, to ensure that our youth does not take for granted the opportunities that have been provided for them in order to innovate. I think we're at a time for Africa that we cannot depend on other nations for innovations. If we can look around where you're sitting, check whether this mic was created by an African, check whether your laptop or your cell phone was created by an African, and that is a question that needs to dig deep. Is it in our roots to procreate what we were meant to do as African with our indigenous knowledge? With AI coming up, I can tell you, we have a lot of work to do. I have not heard of an AI robotic that speaks Sepedi or Sitsonga. So that means innovators sitting in this room have the opportunities and have the skills and expertise to make sure that we have a bot, maybe someday in the near future, interpreting for us in Parliament in your native language. How about that? I will take one more hand because I see Nziki is already here and pressing me for time. We don't have another time, unfortunately. Should we be afforded another time, please hold that thought in mind. We will come back and I'll ask for your opinion. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. Is everybody well? Good. Thank you so much for coming through. It's so lovely to see everybody. I think a lot of you have engaged over email, so it's also nice to put faces to names as well. So for the second portion of our program, we're going to go into breakout sessions. For those of you who RSVP'd online or who are speaking in specific sessions, then you know the session that you're going to. And then for those of you who didn't have an opportunity to RSVP online, I will let you know where the sessions are, and then you can decide where it is that you'd like to go. Please pay attention. We've got a wonderful team on stage, and they all have different colors. So I will let you know which room is which color. So for ZK Matthews, those who are staying in here. So for our community of practice, for entrepreneurial universities, and our economic activation officers community of practice, you are staying in this room. So when we go to our tea break, please have tea, come back here. You unfortunately are not allowed to have your tea and coffee in here if you are in the main auditorium. So please quickly have your tea and coffee and then come back to this room. And then those who are in Senate Hall, which is right next door on our right-hand side when you exit here, that's also an auditorium, and we're not allowed to have tea and coffee in there. If you are participating in the showcasing of excellence in entrepreneurship education, presentations of the top entrepreneurship learning and teaching case studies, those presentations will be happening in that room, and you can follow the lady with the blue, or the gentleman with the blue. There she is. Is that blue or black? I can't see. Pilar, yes. So you can follow Pilar. She's got the blue one. So she'll be taking you to Senate Hall. And then for the next round of breakout rooms, if you walk straight down past the exhibition space, on your right-hand side, there are stairs. Follow the stairs. You would have seen these nice little eddy feet on the floor. Follow the eddy feet, okay? But when you walk down past the exhibition space to your right-hand side downstairs, there are 4 breakout rooms there: exam hall 1, 2A and B, exam hall 2, 2A and B. So if you are here for commercialization of research, the masterclass and feedback, that is happening in exam hall 1, partition A. And for that one, you'll be following the lady with the purple. So that's exam hall 1, partition A. And then if you are part of the sweep session, looking at bold moves in the real world, insights from women shaping the future of work, you will be in exam hall 1, partition B. And for that, you will be following the green paper. So just make a note, you will be in the same place. So when you go into exam hall 1, you have to walk through exam hall 1 to get to exam hall 1B. Okay? And then those who are participating in the sustainability of the Alliance for Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa, that will be happening in the Kopanong boardroom, which is the yellow tag. So if you're in that session, you're going yellow, and that is straight down at the elevator. You press number 10 and you go to the 10th floor. It's not far, it just sounds far, but it's not far. So 10th floor is where that session is happening. And then if you are participating in creating financial sustainability for entrepreneurship programs, exploring academic, institutional, and corporate perspectives, that is happening in exam hall 2B, and that will be led by, sorry, am I saying the right thing? That's 2B, that will be led by Black. Eunice, thank you. And then the last session is cultural entrepreneurship, and that will be happening in exam hall 2A, and for that one, you can follow the orange paper. Awesome. If you get lost, we will be around, but the ladies with the papers know which room that they are going to. If you heard nothing else, COP, EAO, and EU, you're staying in here. Alliance, you're going to the 10th floor. Everybody else can go down the hall to the right, and then the 4 breakout rooms are literally right next to each other, so you will find the people that you need there. Thank you very much. Please welcome back our MC, and then just a reminder, please, for tea and coffee, if we can do that as swiftly as possible so that we're seated at 11:45 for our parallel sessions. Thank you.
The second speaker, if he is available, Mr. Brandon Pascal. Are you in the room? Okay, I don't seem to see Mr. Slai, so can you please keep our ball rolling in this room so that we don't waste any time? Colleagues, this is the session which is talking about the communities of practice in promoting entrepreneurial universities in South Africa. So the speakers are going to speak on the artificial intelligence implementation in academia, in various units of universities, in our startups, in our small business enterprises, in our incubators. So by so saying, please join me when we welcome Mr. Brandon Pascal. Brandon Pascal is the Deputy Director for Spin-Out Companies and Funds from Stellenbosch University Launch Lab. Let's give him a round of applause, colleagues. Over to you, sir.
I'm hoping I can plug my laptop in here. Yes. Okay. Bear with me while I set up technology, all 5 of you. Maybe other people traipse in here during the thing. Are we sure we want to start so quickly? Okay.
Sure that you duplicate this.
All right, I think I'm tall enough to reach the microphone. Can my slides get up there? But I'll greet you all while the slides get on the screen. As the program director said, I'm Brandon Pascal. I lead the Launch Lab at Stellenbosch University and also look after a portfolio of spin-out companies. And we do also student incubation stuff and all of those things that we all do related to EDHE. And they asked me just to talk about some practical things of how we're using AI in what we do with our startups and our spin-outs and our student ventures at Stellenbosch University. And I'll ruin it for you. It is not profound what we do with AI. But maybe before we get into that, this is where we're going to go. What it isn't, what we don't do, and what we do, then what we actually, like some of the programs that we use, and then looking at where we look to plug in AI into that, and how we're looking at doing things in the future. I actually left my notes. It was such an abrupt thing up here, but I'm sure I can just wing it. Firstly, what it isn't and what we're not doing with AI. And it's a bit of a buzzword right now because it's like taking over the world and everyone's worried about jobs being eaten and all of that. And more of a caution of especially in South Africa, we like to take these words and just throw them around and, the 4IR thing and AI and blockchain and IoT and quantum. There was a few years ago, we had a student pitching competition, and they were pitching some IoT devices that help people manage water in Jojo tanks and their stuff during the drought that we had and the water restrictions and stuff in the Western Cape. And the student was, talking about the devices that they use. And at the end of the pitch, it was so interesting. He just goes, blockchain, like literally, blockchain. And that was like, now we're going to give you money because you said blockchain. And just a caution of just using willy-nilly, throwing around these tech terms, because the technology is not what's useful, it's what the technology enables. So just because it uses technology that is new and like that, it doesn't mean it's actually useful. There's a company, we had a demo day last week, we just wrapped up a 10-week incubation program, and one of the guys was pitching a solution that uses quantum computing. But the whole pitch is quantum this, quantum that, quantum that. Half the room doesn't even know what quantum means, but he's pitching a business, and it was actually, he was looking for a reason to use quantum and then figuring out some kind of software application to put on top of quantum, whatever that means. And then one of the investors who actually invests in AI companies, he's like, it's kind of like that Princess Bride. Has anyone seen the Princess Bride movie? This word you keep saying, I don't think it means what you think it means. And that was kind of like the investor's reply to this guy. He's like, you're just using quantum and you think that's going to be the thing, but like it's kind of like blockchain and AI and IoT and 4IR. It's just a word being thrown around. And a couple practical on the positive side of things. There's a company we incubated in 2016 called Spatial Edge AI. They started with us with about 4 people, 3 PhDs and 1 master's in engineering. Now they're 150 people. They're doing 150 million revenue this year. We helped them raise about 60 million rand a couple years ago. So it's an actual company that's using AI, but in their pitch, they don't mention AI. They mention the business utility at the end of it, making better decisions, how it decreases costs, how it increases revenue. There's a large retailer that their AI tool helped their kind of end-of-season clothing. They were moving 70% of kind of the markdown supply, like, if you go into Pick and Pay clothing at the end of winter, all the winter clothes are marked down. So one of these retailers, it wasn't Pick and Pay clothing, were moving 70% of their end-of-season stuff. And this company came in, they said, we believe we can help you get rid of 94% of that. They actually achieved 96% of that. So they sold the business value of AI, not the AI. And let's see what comes out the other side. So that's very long-winded. More to say, like, be careful of how we throw around these technology terms just because we think it might attract money. A little bit about what we do. So we do quite a bit at Stellenbosch University with spin-outs and incubation programs and student entrepreneurship. Our main function at the Launch Lab is actually looking after a portfolio of about 40 companies. So that's the main job, but we're always trying to bring new ones in. There will be about 6 that add to that this year, and maybe 1 or 2, hopefully 1 or 2 actually fail so that we can get some capacity back. It's probably not what I should be saying, but man, you need to clear up some stuff. We do a lot for students, and that's in the maroon kind of background stuff. The gold background is we don't do that. We just work with people that do those things. But with the blue border around it, that's where we're actually looking to start to apply AI in kind of a measured and metered and pragmatic kind of way. Yeah, I see there's a slide that snuck in there that I didn't put in, so let me skip over that. And what I want to do is go into a couple of case studies of how we've actually rolled it out in a couple of these programs. And one example, so Flora Biotech, they're a spin-out that started in 2022, and they're about to close about $1 million investment round now. And they've created and they have patented a novel process for recombinant protein and enzyme production. So that's practically what they do. So then we go to an AI tool and we're trying to figure out, okay, now where do we start? We have a technology that does a couple of things, but now where do we start with this, and how do we fast track our understanding who the customer is and what the market looks like? Because right now we just have a technology. So we asked an AI tool to map the value stream for vaccine production, because recombinant proteins is the most expensive component of vaccine production. Like probably it could be 80% or more of vaccine production is actually in the proteins. So we asked it to map the value stream, and it gave us an outline of 7 different things in kind of bullet form, and we actually asked it to put it in bullet format, the different phases of the value stream. We didn't tell it 7, it came up with 7. And then we applied our mind to that, and we're like, okay, then that value stream, based on what we understand, looks something like this. So it put it in the order of raw materials, ingredient suppliers, R&D, end product, quality, distribution, end user. And it put it in that bullet format, and then we made this box. But it did the work for us of, it went from the ambiguous value stream to, okay, here's an outline, that's helpful, where it saved us half a day of trying to think and strategize and post-it notes and all that. And then we were able to map this. And then we said, okay, well, we think we fit in the supplier inputs based on the definition of what the AI tool also put out. It's like, okay, that helps us get into our box. So then we understand who our customer is. Where normally when you're thinking vaccines, it's like the doctor needs to jab someone with the vaccine. No, if you're a protein producer, the doctor stabbing people is not your customer. Eventually it gets there, but understanding also who around us in the value stream is where we actually need to operate. So then we said, okay, AI tool, fancy, tell us who the leading players in each of these places is that's active in South Africa, that's actually supplying here, and we're importing things from these companies. And you're not going to be able to read it probably, or maybe it's big enough. But then it broke it down into different categories within those things, and then gave us the names of companies that are acting in those areas. And I'll save you another slide. So, but then now we're, yes? The gentleman's asking if we can switch off the lights to see it better. I don't know, but maybe someone knows. But can I carry on? Yeah. I don't have a slide for it just to not, bore you with so many slides. But then we also asked it, okay, who are the key decision makers in these institutions and these types of companies that we should talk to? And then it also brought a list of roles within those different categories that we could then go and stalk on LinkedIn. So it fast-forwarded, actually that was days of work that it would have taken to try to go in Google and find those different companies and who's operating here and whatever. But the AI tool fast-tracked it within just a few minutes, saved us days of work. And now we can go spear fishing and not net fishing, if you get the metaphor. We can go to LinkedIn, stalk specific people at specific companies, and then the next step is, okay, let me pull a name from here. Thermo Fisher, or they're Moderna. Who, in addition to Moderna, is operating in South Africa, maybe a little bit smaller scale, or is in Europe or in South America that's looking to work here, that we could also start to look at? Because then we want to export our proteins to other markets in the world. So then who are the other people that are maybe smaller than a Moderna, because they're massive, that we could also look at? So it takes that profile of that business, and then it kind of gives you other businesses of who else you can talk to. It's amazing for customer identification, customer profile identification, and also just building a list of leads of who it is you actually want to go and talk to. So I hope that's helpful. It's not profound, like I said. It's really just prompting, and thankfully our PhDs in microbiology know their market well, so then we could just run a process together and work through that. And that was value stream mapping. Another place we've started to use it in market sizing, because that's also, it's one of those ambiguous, like, we think the market is $1 billion, and then is it actually? I don't know. And we took a company called GreenX. They do really renewable energy procurement and renewable energy solutions for schools is where they started, but also any commercial building or government building they work with, and starting to move into residential, especially in other markets. Okay, that's what they do. They provide, and specifically, they provide energy performance certificates, EPCs, and if you don't own a big building that's 2,000 square meters, if you buy a refrigerator or a microwave, it'll give you that little certificate on the side that says A, B, C, D, and it has the green and yellow and red and orange bars on the side. That's an EPC. And any building over, I think it's 1,000 square meters, has to have one of those for the building before the end of the year. There's a government-regulated deadline that's driving that demand. So then a use case too is we need to understand how big the market is for this company to understand, should they get investment, should an investor give them investment, how much investment do we need to get, because that will determine how big the team can be and how big the opportunity is and how many people we must hire and raise money for and all of that. So it drives a lot of our fundraising activity for this company. So then we went to an AI tool and we said, okay, how many EPCs are needed in the Western Cape? And it goes and it actually referenced Stats SA, and it was a bit old data, but it doesn't grow that much, so we could kind of extrapolate that out. So it also, the tool told us what the number was, and also we asked it, what's the growth of the property sector, in the commercial property sector, and it was small, it was like 6% per year. So it didn't change that much, so we could just put that in a calculator and get the actual number for now. And then it told us how many of those buildings are commercial versus residential. It gave us all of the square meters of building area in the whole country and how much of that is actually commercial. And then we started to look at assumptions in Stats SA of, okay, then of that, what's the average size commercial building? And it gave us some information on that. And then we were able to determine, okay, market sizing is not a science. It's a practice, it's an assumption, and it's an educated guess about what the market actually is. So then we were able to get out of that a little bit of information on just the EPC market. And basically looking at it, in a year, 4% market share of the Western Cape EPC market is 10 million rand a year. So it's like, okay, the Western Cape, I'm pretty confident we can do 4% of that market in a year. But then the interesting thing about this company is they already know they have several different products, and the EPC is more of the entry offering to the market to be able to sell into other things. So then we start to pull from that. We've got that. So it helped us get our total addressable market, our serviceable addressable market, and then the serviceable obtainable market that we can actually get to. Those are key terms when you're going to raise capital and stuff with investors. It shows that you actually understand what the opportunity is, and it's not just everything. So we were able to pull all of this just from an AI report or an AI prompt and response of what's the actual number of buildings and what's a reasonable amount that we can expect for that. And then we started to, from our own understanding of how we've been running our sales process, is how many convert from an EPC to an energy efficiency service that we provide. And we have this data already from our sales process that we've been running, and then we run it through the pipeline. And then again, the upsell from that is to energy management. And this is where the company really makes money. It's a monthly subscription, and assuming that customers stay on for at least 5 years, we're only adding to that. Where the EPC is a once-off purchase, the energy management dashboard is a monthly per building growing scalable tool that we eventually get to. And that's where it's actually quite exciting. So we were able to get to what the actual opportunity is and also where we should try to target. And then there's 2 other offerings in there that we can do, that we know we can do, and we've decided actually don't do that, because from this exercise that we were able to do in an afternoon, we were able to see that the energy management offering is actually massive. And in 5 years, if we don't grow exponentially and just grow kind of linearly year on year on year with the same as the year before, it's a 225 million rand over 5 years revenue potential in that, off of 4% conversion in the Western Cape of EPCs for a few years, 3 years there, and then a little bit of an upsell to efficiency consulting, and then the energy management dashboard. And then you can see, okay, then this company can actually raise capital. And we went to an investor in the last couple of months, and we were able to raise 2.5 million rand for this venture to hire the right amount of people to take on this thing. We could have raised more, but we raised what we needed because we knew the team we needed to be able to attack this market in the way we wanted to. But then it's also showing that there is a lot of revenue potential over 5 years. And that was what we could kind of be like, okay, we can get excited about this again. Yeah. And that's a couple of case studies of how we're using it in our incubation programs. Like I said, it's not profound. It's very simple. It's more about understanding what the opportunity is, like in your market and what you're trying to do, and then asking the right questions. So you actually have to know your industry and your market to be able to prompt it appropriately. Where we are going to go, so we've built our own proprietary tool called Instant Startup. Also, it's not instant. A startup is never instant. It's just, it helps you do things quickly and put together some artifacts for your thing. So it's something that we've built because we needed to scale ourselves. I have a team of 3, and we have 40 companies we're looking after. We are over capacity, so we built a software tool to try to help with that. And we're starting to, in the future, we're starting to bring in some Gen AI bits into this. We're not just going to make an AI platform, but how do you ask the right questions within a lot of these assets? So this is a theory of change. You can ask similar questions around that to help you come up with, at the very beginning, what's our theory of change around this venture? What do we think we can do in the world if this were to be successful? And helping AI frame that in a bit more of a commercial and pragmatic way. In that, there's a couple of universities that have actually licensed the tool from us. So Luanar, it's the Lilongwe University of Agriculture and Natural Resources in Malawi. They're using it. SMU, Sifako Mahato here in Pretoria is also using it for some of their student ventures and spin-out companies. So we're looking at putting these bits in here and seeing how this tool could also be a way that other universities on the continent can start to create a bit of that flywheel in their spin-out creation activity. Yeah, like I said, it's not very profound, it's very pragmatic, but we're seeing real commercial results out of that, where a company raised 2.5 million rand because they understood their market size, and another company understood where they actually fit, and then we also did the market size with Flora Biotech. But you can see where they actually fit, who their customer is, and then do the market sizing, and then they're about to close $1 million investment. It's in IC and last signings in the next couple of weeks. So it's pragmatic ways of delivering commercial results by way of investment. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much. Thanks for your attention.
Sorry. Thank you very much, Brendan. Again, colleagues, a round of applause to him. Thank you very much. I also forgot to mention that the COP for Economic Activation Offices is also in this room. So feel free to ask questions, colleagues. You have heard the presentation. Any questions? Or any suggestions or comments? Yes, sir.
It is a web application, and we create a white labeled version for each partner that uses it, so all the data stays with whichever university or partner that's using it, so it stays your IP and your data.
There's a hand that side. Thank you.
Good day, colleagues. Thank you for such an interesting presentation. It was quite informative. However, I have one question. Given that your presentation was obviously based on information that was provided by AI, I just wanted to ask you that, since everyone knows that AI is basically based on information that has been historically available, and how do you then verify the validity and the neutrality of the data that you basically get from AI? And then how then the potential investors will know or verify what tips would you give them to ensure that the data that you're presenting to them is verified and is neutral? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Any other question, colleagues? You can answer, Brandon. Don't you have another mic? No problem.
Yeah, great question. If you ask it a prompt and expect, if you're asking it politicized questions, you can expect bias in it. Asking economic data, especially when it's within the borders of South Africa, like Stats SA, I'd kind of back that to be neutral, because they're not going to gain anything from misleading us on how many square meters are under a roof in the Western Cape or in the country. And you do have to ask it to provide you citations for that. So, and it'll provide you links of where it got the information if you ask it to. So we do that. We did it with that instance to make sure that Stats SA, and I went and looked at it, what year's the report from. It was actually 2016, but then it gave growth per year. We can extrapolate that out to today's number. And that was more, everything, all building plans need to be approved. So then that's also sure data that building plans are approved and built, and that's kind of where it goes. On the vaccine side, information is there of like companies like Moderna and Thermo Fisher and Illumina. They share where they're trading and who their partners are and where they're exporting. So it's quite publicly available to know who's doing what where. Who their specific customers are, it's not really there. So in those two use cases, I'm not seeing much space there for bias, except the loudest voices will be seen. So then that's where you need to ask it, show me local expressions of something similar that might be smaller, like a Moderna is massive, but are there local in Africa that are similar to that? And you have to ask it that next level of question. So it will kind of default to the loudest voice in the room, which typically tends to be America. Sorry about my accent. I've been here 21 years though, and my son is an American African. Yeah, but great question. It does need to be there, but also the user needs to be responsible in asking the right questions and making sure that because it's working the bias out with your follow-up prompts. Yeah.
Thank you for that. Thank you. I just want to ask a question, colleagues, to all of us, more especially in the academic space. How do we make it a point that we use the AI in a professional and acceptable way? Remember, we give our students the projects, the assignments, the tests, and everything. How do we actually manage the fact that they are more advanced to use the AI? Any colleagues? Just to give us guidance?
Because it's a question,
yes.
Can we contribute? Thanks, ma'am. I think the most important thing in the academic space, I believe, is that the teachers or the lecturers themselves need to understand it first, because I think it will be difficult for you to direct someone else if you yourself are still found wanting. So there is quite a lot of information available at our disposal for us to learn much more about ways in which we could actually start implementing it in a much more tactical way in our teaching experiences. So it starts, I think it starts by self-empowering and understanding that there is a lot of trends and there are a lot of developments taking place within the space on an ongoing basis, but there are also risks associated that needs to be exposed. We need to be exposed to. A lot of cases, I think the lady was asking a case around that have been cited in a number of studies around hallucination of the AI. And I think it's properly understanding and utilizing the tools, but it requires you to have an in-depth understanding of how it functions and how best it could be utilized. I think just to contribute into that particular question, I would say that self-empowerment is the most important tool. If we are afraid of it, we run a risk of being irrelevant, because already everyone else is utilizing these tools. It's just how effective we can utilize them.
Thank you very much. Any other comment, colleagues?
Okay, thank you. Basically, I think your question was, how do we use AI, or rather use it ethically as academics? Am I correct? All right. So basically, according to the South African National AI Policy, it basically emphasizes that us as academians, we must basically embrace AI, and because it basically drives innovation and contributes to the country's socio-economic development. With that being said, it must also be noted that AI tools should also be used in a way that it basically respects privacy, and that it should never be able to replace our human critical thinking. So basically what we need to do, we must always still keep the cornerstone of critical thinking in a sense that it's still, whatever we do or whatever we research on, there's still a bit of integrity and there's a bit of quality in our academic work. So we must never replace the human critical thinking part of it. All right, I think that's the point I'm trying to get across. Thank you.
Thank you very
apply
much.
critical thinking.
Thank you.
Yeah, just a comment from my side. We heard Brandon bring up the example. I mean, the point of his presentation was to show that it basically using AI lends some form of capacity. They had a task they had to do. It saved them half the day. So AI is a tool, it's here to stay, it is here to be used and to save us time and lend us that sort of capacity. But to answer your question, in my understanding, how would you manage? I don't know how you'll manage it in reality, what I'm trying to say, but I think what is important for the students using AI is what questions are they asking. It's as Brandon said, when you're using AI, it's up to you what you get out of it, what you prompt. So I think when you're looking at the students and you're looking at, they're not trying to take a shortcut, they're trying to use the technology to get to the answers quicker, but their questions are still correct. And I think it's in looking at what is their thinking and what are they asking and keeping that as the focus.
Yeah. Thank you very much, colleagues. Any other comment? There's a hand in front, dear. Okay. Ladies first. Let's allow the lady first. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for a nice question. But myself, how am I going to answer your question is that I will respond it as a question. How, us as academic, can we incorporate AI effectively to benefit us as academics and also students? This is the journey that we as academics, we should be pushing forward to say in our content, let's incorporate it so that it adds value to our students. The students, they will utilize it. There is no way it's going to replace us. That one is a no-no, but it is there to stay. How do we incorporate? This is the workshop that we should be pushing forward to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That side, there's a question that side.
Thank you very much, and greetings to the House. Actually, I have a few questions related to AI. Because as I've been watching your presentations, I've realized that most of the things from the beginning, mostly I did not understand them. And I wish you could have went deeper, actually, with regard to the AI. Because, you know, it's one of the topics, the reason why I chose it, because I'll be doing masters. So we know that it's kind of difficult, you know, doing the researches. So I just want to ask these questions, that actually, what are the limitations of using AI-generated data or summaries in terms of researches? The second one, how accurate and reliable the AI assistant for academic tone and structures? Thirdly, how can researchers to disclose AI contributions in their publications, or rather the researches? Lastly, as we know that mostly our students, you know, everything that they do, they use AI tools. You know, now they can't even think. You know, we find that in 10 years or maybe 20 years time, we'll be having doctors who can even operate their patients because they've relied too much on the AI. You know, we'll be having teachers who rely mostly on AIs. As we are aware that even some of the lectures, you know, to start up the examination question papers, they rely on question papers. Then you have the student again who comes and rely on the very same the AI tools. But those students mostly they do what? They get plagiarized. So I wish you could share with us to actually what are the implications of relying too much on the AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for these questions. Brendan, I don't know whether you wanted to start with the first one.
I'm sorry, I keep stealing your microphone. I'm not really qualified to talk about research because I'm not an academic. I don't write papers if I can not. I've had to do a couple because you can't work at a university and avoid it all the time. So I won't be able to comment on how it works in research and academic publications. But in the first one, the reliability, I think AI is only a threat if we're lazy. And it's only an issue if we're lazy. So if the Flora Biotech and GreenX teams didn't want to think, they could have just taken whatever numbers it spat out and made up stuff and gone ahead. So it doesn't replace thinking. It accelerates the work that you can do with thinking. So if you know the questions to ask, then it's great. And then if you know what to do with the answers, even better. But it doesn't replace thought. Artificial intelligence is not intelligent, really. It just helps us get through data better without Googling and putting it in spreadsheets and that kind of thing. Someone else wrote the code to extract insights because we know what we're looking for. And if you don't want to put in the thought to know what you're looking for, then AI is actually a danger for you. So the reliability of it is what you want it to be. If the prompt doesn't, the first feedback from a prompt that you ask, if it doesn't give you information, you need to know that it's not useful and then ask it in a different way. And so we can't be thinking that it's like the silver bullet to do all our work for us. We'll be exposed if we're lazy and we just want it to do all the work for us. The same with teachers and exam papers and writing papers. You will be found out if you're lazy and you don't want to actually write your papers.
Thank you very much, Brendan. Over to you, sir. Where's the mic? This side.
Thank you. I think the first point is most universities have a policy on AI or are busy developing it. And I'm from the Northwest University, and there's a lot of work that's been done on it, and there's training now available for the students as well as the academic staff and other staff members to learn how to ethically use AI. And one of the first things I realized is I now need to set assignments differently, because AI will give you very nice generic information. So I run the risk, if I have generic questions in my assignment, the students will just use AI and I will be none the wiser. So now the assignment must be linked to a very specific case study, for example, and the questions must relate to the case study. Then you can Google to understand, or you can use AI to understand the question or the concepts, but AI cannot give you the answer because AI, it's not, it can't use the detailed information in the case study so easily. So I think it's a different approach. I know some of the lecturers now ask their students to generate an assignment from AI, and then they must critically evaluate and critique the work AI has done. On the question of, using AI to do academic writing, Turnitin is not so nice. It will catch you out. You cannot just copy and paste stuff from AI. So there is ways and means to make sure it's not abused.
Thank you very much for that response. I think you will be the last one to comment. We do have now in our midst the second speaker.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you so much for the great presentation, man. As a half human and a half robot myself, thoroughly enjoyed it. My name is Tuba Memela. I run a company called Genius AI, and we are in the business of AI consulting and training companies on how to use AI. Now, I think the problem with us as individuals, academics, society in general, is that we tend to demonize artificial intelligence, and we make it something bigger than what it actually is. All AI is a tool. It's nothing more than that. And if we look back in history, at some point, mathematicians protested against the use of calculators in schools. And we are exactly in that point in time now in 2025. The problem that we have is that people don't actually understand this technology, and as a result, they want to demonize it. And we put ourselves at risk of regressing academically. And that is exactly what is going to prevent us from progressing as human beings and as a society. In terms of the academic fraternity, I think the academic model needs to transform or change to accommodate this technology. So the idea that you test intelligence using your ability to go and study and come back into the classroom and regurgitate that information, that time is gone because all of the information is readily available on our devices. The question is, how do we build critical thinkers within this new environment? And I think that is the conversation we need to have instead of restricting young people from using this powerful piece of technology. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, colleagues, for this session. Now I will request Mr. Thabo Silai, the director from 360, to give us his presentation on the AI implementation tools. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
connecting me? Are you connecting me? All right. It's here. Right here.
Okay.
Yes, I love that. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it.
That's what Okay, it's fine. Please open the presentation.
Okay.
Bishop.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon to you all. I hope you're well. Right, apologies that I was stuck in the traffic between Johannesburg and Pretoria. My name is Thabo Silai. I was here yesterday speaking to the students about AI and entrepreneurship. And I started out with a story of how we got involved as a company into AI. We run a company called 360, and we started in 2004. So it's almost 21 years of being in different businesses, but consistently being in leadership and management consulting. My background is I'm an engineer from the Eastern Cape. I'm now based in Gauteng. And I changed fields after I qualified, and I went into commerce. And for almost 2 decades, I've been involved in economic development. And we have consulted for a number of companies and organizations, including international donor organizations such as the EU, Commission, DFID, and so forth. So I'm going to be talking to you about how you can leverage the power of AI in the work that you do as the academia. And I want to start with a statement that says AI tools are transforming research and academia, paving the way for innovation and efficiency. And I want to emphasize the efficiency part because I think we've heard about innovation and etc. A few months ago, one of our companies needed a website. And we were told that after getting quotations that the website could only be delivered in about 4 weeks. And we asked them if it could be done in about a week because we needed to capitalize on an opportunity. And the feedback was, no, this is the norm in the industry. We already have backlogs, and you'll be very lucky to even have a website in 24 hours. And that's what launched us into exploring AI. And with no coding experience, with no web development experience, we launched and we developed our website in 2 days. And it costed us less what we're being quoted by the market. It took us less the time and less the effort. And I must be honest, I couldn't help but think about the graphic designer that lost out on our business. That if more clients like myself over the next couple of months would discover the power of AI, and then how much business will he be losing? So it's even upon him to actually look at how he changes and tweaks his business model to incorporate AI. In that way, he can be more competitive, he can deliver services, if you like, even at cost, he can be more efficient, and he can manage his resources as well more efficiently. Some of the trends that we can pick in the market about AI is that AI is already changing how we're teaching, research, and also we conduct innovation. It is not just a technological shift that is happening, but it's a strategic leap forward or an opportunity for us to leap forward, particularly as a developing country or continent. And so the question that's relevant for the academia is how to guide responsible and inclusive use
of AI for the common good. And what I mean by common good, I'm referring to, for the student themselves, because they are going into a market that's becoming more and more AI-driven, if you like. So taking the initial approach that we have seen globally, where learning institutions of higher learning, if you like, they are more sort of conservative in how they embrace AI, and most of them focusing on, if you like, dealing with detection and trying to see that there's no plagiarism, or copy and paste as I had when I came in, when students do their assignments and etc. And I think that some of those concerns are quite valid. But I think it's time for us to leap forward and say, how do we address that and yet embrace AI? So it's not just for the students in their current state within the university or the institution, but how do we prepare them for the market? If you're looking at statistics, if you look at the research that has been done by the World Economic Forum, one of the most skills that are in demand is AI skills. Whether it's prompt engineers, or it's data, or it's design or coding, there's more demand for people, even in normal, if you like, jobs that don't require computerization or automation, to be able to understand how they can leverage the power of AI. I heard something very interesting, and I think it is from the CEO of Invid. And he was saying, AI may not take your job, but someone who understands AI and how to leverage the power of AI may actually take the job from you. So it is not time for us to be complacent. It is time for us to say, look, realistically, these are the challenges, but how do we embrace those and move forward? So some of the current trends in AI for research and academia, if you look at researchers, AI is able to help you to analyze large data sets, generate hypotheses, and write papers faster. It's able to assist you to find patterns, write papers, and also develop or test ideas. And I think for me, this is one selling point or one proposition that made me to embrace AI, things that could take me months to do. In my career, I had an opportunity to train about 250 business advisors for CEDA. We've mentored thousands of entrepreneurs the last 20 years. But I can tell you right now, it would still take us many months before we can actually develop an idea, analyze it, validate it, develop an MVP, go to the market. It's a lot of time that it takes. But with AI, you are able to make all of that, if you like, very, very much, you do it quicker, and are able to get to the market quicker. And I think that applies as well when it comes to the work that researchers and lecturers do. There's efficiency that comes in. You have more time for your family, more time to, over the weekends, to go play golf just like anybody else. I grew up in a family of teachers, and when it comes to exam times, we just knew that some of our family members, we are not seeing them until it's holiday time, because of the amount of time it takes to do the marking, the amount of time it takes to actually evaluate, do the assessments, and still write the report and provide feedback to the students. And with AI, it's able to, if you like, to reduce that drastically. So with lecturers, you can use AI to create lesson slides and quizzes. It will help you to, to do your marking, give feedback to students, and with students in particular, they're able to solve problems, check grammar, summarize notes, and of course, the concern is there are certain ethical uses or ethical and behavioral issues that need to be managed when it comes to AI, and I will address those in my next slides. For universities, what is key is that universities need to embrace or develop AI strategies or policy frameworks. And I think one of the challenges in the education sector with AI is that there's been a lot of vagueness in terms of what is the position of of that particular institution when it comes to AI use, particularly by students. I came across a piece of research that said in a sample that was done in the US, there were more concerns about whether students are using AI to do their assignments as opposed to how do we help them to use AI in a more ethical and in a way that is, that is ethical. What can AI actually do? It will save you time, it will improve access, it will enhance your quality of teaching. For AI entrepreneurship, it will help students build and test ideas. For example, you can validate business ideas much faster through scans and competitor analysis. You can create pitch decks, you can simulate financial models, and you can generate marketing material. I think I've spoken to the issue of ethics and integrity as well as oversight, that AI, although it's powerful, it needs to be used with care. I don't know how many people here are from the religious fraternity. I know that's one sector of our community that is quite skeptical about AI. That this perhaps is ushering an age of the Antichrist. And I think last week we had or 2 weeks ago, there was some predictions that you will be raptured. And I think all of that is because, people have a love and hate relationship with AI. But it has to be used with care. It can sometimes produce incorrect and biased information. I think in Africa we have a challenge when we're talking about local realities, because the amount of data that is based on our realities in Africa that you can find through AI apps and so forth, it's very minimal compared to the information that's coming from the West and the developed countries. And I think they were saying it's about 2% of information or data that actually speaks to the African context. So you have to use it with care. And then students, of course, may misuse AI to complete assignments without learning. And I heard somebody saying that in turn, of course, it defeats it stops them from developing their critical thinking and problem-solving skills. So to address this, we need to teach students to verify AI outputs, not just to take them as they come. Perhaps there has to be a transparent way to say when a student has used AI to say, declare this in the assignment. How did you use this AI? But also there has to be adaptability that has to take place, because not all the disciplines have the same, if you like, they are not the same. And so perhaps each discipline may need to sit down and say, look, how do we use AI in this particular discipline? In engineering, in finance, in admin. All right, and then of course we need to ensure that AI supports and it does not replace human judgment. And I think for me, that's one of the biggest opportunities that we're moving into, because AI is going to be doing a lot of hard jobs for us. But there's one thing it cannot do, it cannot replace a human being. So you need to develop your empathy. You need to develop your softer skills. You need to develop your capacity to connect with people. So, but how do we build a culture of responsible AI use? Some of the key lessons is that universities need to develop clear policies on when and how AI can be used. They need to produce training or provide training for lecturers and students, support access to devices and internet for all students. So that's the issue of equity, because in one university you can actually have a diversity of, I would say, perhaps the quality of life or the background that people are coming from. So those who are able to access AI and have the right devices and technology, when AI is allowed to be used, they are in a much better position than those that were coming from disadvantaged backgrounds. So you need to make sure that, we need to make sure that the question of equity is addressed. And of course, holding open discussions about risks and benefits of using AI in the education sector, promoting ethical use through examples, reflection, and so forth. So these are some of the tools that you can use for different functions in the academia space. For example, you can use ChatGPT and Copilot for writing and brainstorming, drafting proposals, feedback, and summaries. And then you have Elicit, which is quite good, basically when you're doing research, finding and comparing academic papers. And we're going to do a quick demonstration using Elicit. And I'll talk a little bit about this just in a moment, then I'm going to be done. So you have Zotero AI, which is good for referencing, managing citations, and bibliographies. And also you have Grammarly and Quillbot, which is good for improving grammar and paraphrasing. You have Notion AI, which can really help you in organizing your notes and research ideas. And lastly, we would recommend Python or MATLAB, which is good when it comes to data analysis. So yesterday I did speak to the students about AIs that are free and AI tools they can use for their businesses, whether they're ideating or they're trying to scale the existing businesses. So I'm not going to go into detail. This presentation will be available on our website from this afternoon. We'll put up a QR code, you can scan it and you can go and download it, even our presentation yesterday. So, I don't know, perhaps let me finish my presentation, then we can take questions. I want to talk about, let's do a quick demonstration, because this is what I was asked, that can we do a quick practical demonstration with one of the tools. And I want to ask us to perhaps look at Elicit AI. Can I just check how many people have used this particular tool for research? Summarize papers, for example, to ask research questions and ask it to come up with relevant papers that you can review. By show of hands, can I just see? All right, so I think, can you go to this website if you can? Elicit.org. It's very quick, it's going to be quite quick. You might just thank me later. All right, so but what does this Elicit does? It's a powered research assistant designed to streamline and automate your academic research tasks. For example, it's especially good for literature reviews, for data extraction, and also evidence synthesis. It will help you find academic papers using very basic questions, and it can actually guide you how to phrase that question or that prompt in a more effective way, and I'll show you in a minute. It can summarize the papers with concise AI-generated abstracts. It can actually extract data from questionnaires and translate those into interactive tables. I mean, I don't know, I think most of us have done research, particularly when it comes to field work and primary research. It might be easier perhaps to get the information, but to analyze that and translate that into proper infographics, that people can actually understand, it takes a lot of time. So this tool, it does it for you in minutes. All right, how to use it? You go to that website, elicit.com. And all you have to do is to choose the basic offering or the basic, the free service. And it has quite a number of benefits there. And you pop in your question and it will guide you, and then it will give you the relevant outputs in terms of perhaps what relevant papers you may need to look for, to refer to for your research. So can we do this quickly? Is anybody, I don't know if we have time, or you can even do it at home. It's quite simple to use it. In fact, maybe let me use my my laptop quickly, just to show you. So I'm already logged in. Okay, there's no... Oh, awesome. How do I make it bigger? Okay. So after you've logged in for free and you've chosen the basic package, you can then do a lot of activities here. But let's do a basic task. For example, what are the causes? Must watch my spelling. I'm among academics here. What are the causes of Africa lagging behind when it comes? Absolutely, that's where I'm going. It's apprenticeship. Okay, let's just hope. I think the signal is a bit. All right. So I've written the question is right there, and then here it guides me. How to make this question much more clearer and to give me the best results. For specificity, for comparative perspective, or policy implications. So I think I'll stay here, comparative perspective, and then it gives me feedback. It says, great question. Then I press enter, and then it's telling me that for this particular package, it will screen about 50 sources in a couple of minutes to find out which one is most relevant for my research topic. So let's tell it to generate the report. So it's saying, elicit is building and refining understanding of the research. Your report will become available once all steps are complete. We will email it to when your report is ready, less than 10 minutes. So it looks like this question was quite a bit for it. The last question I did, it took about less than 3 minutes. So I guess it also depends, the extent of data you're looking for. But what it will do, once it's done doing the screening, it will then recommend to you the top and most relevant research papers that you can consider for your topic. And this is just one element of its functionality. There's quite a bit that you can do with this. All right. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We are available to assist you at no cost. You can go to our website or you can screen the QR code. You will find this evening the presentation and you can download it for free. And you can also get a copy of our presentation yesterday when we were talking about entrepreneurship. Thank you very much.
Again, colleagues, a round of applause for Mr. Sela. Thank you very much. Any questions for comments? There's a hand. Can you assist? Okay.
Thank you. I have a question. The AI tool is very important that somehow it simplifies the other long routes that needed to be taken maybe. So my question is, how best can we curb the unethical use of AI, especially in people who are interested in venturing into entrepreneurship? In the case of business plans, maybe some of such people may use AI unethically to secure funds, maybe, for example. So how do we curb the problem of using AI unethically? Thank you.
I think let's take all the questions and then we'll wrap.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful presentation. The challenge that we seem to face as academics is around the marking. You know, as the student number increases, you find that the volume of assignments and especially essay type assignments increases, and we outsource that to external markers, and that at times compromises the quality in terms of marking those assignments and giving students feedback. You mentioned that AI can assist in that component. Do you perhaps have a particular, tool that you think you can recommend for us to use for marking? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is that the only one? Okay, top there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, firstly, I just want to submit that AI basically offers such a very powerful advantage in academia and also in our professional setting. One of the advantages that we're told or said by the speaker is that it enables us to be able to analyze large data sets, and it also gives us an opportunity to quickly save time in generating hypotheses, drafting papers, and summarizing information. Those are just one of the many advantages that he said. However, I just want to also submit that Turnitin originally was designed as a plagiarism detecting system. And then also it must be noted that Turnitin very much acts like AI. It basically just analyzes the available data, and it basically compares the text patterns across various data that is available, and then it basically generates the report. However, its effectiveness can also be manipulated because when using Turnitin, you can be able to tweak or remove coded material. You can also remove abbreviations. You can also just alter standard terms and formatting. So then one can actually manipulate the percentage of similarity in Turnitin, because you can put in your document there, and it can give you 50% similarity, and then you can tweak it all the way to 5%. All right. So with that being said, this raises sort of like a serious question with the reliability and for us to trust such system as basically to safeguard academic honesty with ourselves and also with our students. So then basically AI has become increasingly integrated in our higher education, and then basically that gives us concern, and it's going to erode the validity of higher education, because if higher education is going to be starting to rely on this system, and yet the very systems can be manipulated, then how then can we basically then rely on things that can be deceived by us? Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you. Now you can respond. Oh, you also have another question? Let's allow the last one. Thank you.
Thank you very much once again. And my apology to Dr. Kristen. I jumped the ship actually, so I thought maybe it was only one presenter, so that's why but at least I got most of the clarification in terms of the questions that I raised. So I just have just a smaller question. I'm not going to be that long, because I saw that on your presentation you did mention that lectures, as the institutions are advising the lecturers to utilize the AIs, and we are aware that some of the lectures, when they create lessons, or rather even examination question papers using the AI, how does that, is not that affecting what can I say? Because mostly things of online, they tend to appear. If now you write something online, that thing, maybe let's say you go to Facebook, you go to your Twitter, you find there's that pop that come up about the certain thing that you did search on the internet. So those questions, they don't remain online, because you find sometimes with question papers, when the students are writing their exams, maybe let's say the exam start at 8. And then the student, they search this website, I don't know, it's Studco or your something. Like you find that question paper that you are writing, entire question paper with the answers. Everything is online. So isn't that an issue of lectures using an AI? And also with the issue of Turnitin, because I know most of the institutions are using Turnitin to check the pleasure, if the students have plagiarized. And I think maybe isn't that an issue to use it, because in most cases, Turnitin, I believe it used to, I think there are certain ways that like you can't plagiarize them or maybe write them in your own words. Like maybe let's say into higher education and training. That obviously everyone is going to use higher education and training. So meaning most of the students will be flagged and say no, but you have wrote the same thing. How best can lectures utilize the Turnitin? Or maybe rather we have a solution where we know that there are certain ways that are being used most of the times than to be removed in order for percentage of the Turnitin to go down. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Now you can respond.
Did you get the last question? Okay. All right, thank you very much. So just maybe starting with the last question, I must be honest, you were not quite audible, but I heard you talking about detection systems, right? Systems that are used to detect plagiarism and sort of copy and paste. And I think I'm going to combine this with a comment that was made by you, ma'am. Yes, basically I think that's a concern, right? But the use of detection systems, as you've correctly pointed out, has not been perfect. In fact, I think it's the Boston University that did research and sampled a number of papers. And the results were quite astonishing, because the results that came out was that 60% of the papers that the system said were copy and paste were actually not copy and paste, particularly if that paper was written by someone who's non-English speaking. Well, I'll give you another example. If you go to LinkedIn and you apply for a job, you know, usually the first level of screening is actually AI, right? And that's why you can actually get a response in a matter of hours to say, sorry, we're rejecting this. But there was a case study where they actually, because let me just explain how AI works as well. AI is nothing else but a machine trying to mimic how we do things, how we think, how we analyze, how we look at patterns, right? But it's been given an ability to do that much faster. And with time, they're talking about super intelligence, super artificial intelligence, where they're saying it will exceed certain levels of IQ. If you're listening to Elon Musk, for example, and the things they're trying to do, I mean, it's incredible, but still it's not a perfect system, right? So one company gave out a spec, and they were not understanding why everyone that was shortlisted, they were all males. And when they looked into the system, they noticed that they were actually ladies or women that had applied for the job, but the AI was automatically rejecting them. Do you know why? Because remember, AI reads patterns, right? So the information that it was given about the history of that job, it was always male persons that were in that job. So it read that pattern and then it applied it. So that's why the issue of oversight is always critical. So I'm just agreeing with you that yes, the issue of detection systems are not perfect. Actually, and that's why I think, so one of the things we will do, perhaps not today, but if you come back next week to our website, we'll put out 10 case studies of universities that we've looked at that have tried to tackle these questions globally, including Uganda, the issue of AI, because it's a learning curve for everybody. All right. I think I'll combine this as well. My answer to, there was a question about the ethical use. Yes, ma'am, you spoke about how they can actually copy and paste business plans. So one of the answers to this is, it's not enough just to look at what's written. In addition to using the detection systems, you need to actually have a person-to-person interaction with the writer to try and understand the level of grasp of what's written in there. And I think that's going to be quite interesting. Fine, I've seen your paper, it looks good. According to this paper, you should be getting 90%. But please, can you just talk to this and let us question you? It's going to be a total different ball game. All right, and then the last question was about marking. So, ma'am, to answer your question, let's do it live. Let's go to one of the tools and ask it specifically, which discipline are you marking for? Business management. All right, so I don't know if there's anybody to help me there. Okay. So we'll just use a simpler tool. Let's use Copilot. Okay, there we are. I think one thing that I was not able to cover here because of time, I really wanted to encourage everyone that's involved in whatever field you're in, to think about how you can actually monetize your skills and your experience as an academic, through AI. Right, so let's ask it, tell it, come on. Okay, a lecture, business. Can somebody help me? Because I'm going to pop up the results. And I think we're done with this, ladies and gentlemen. This is the last thing.
Is it showing now?
No.
Can I reply to the ethical use question while you're getting that sorted? Is that fine?
All right, so this is the question that I popped in there, ma'am. It was, I lecture business management at a university level, and I need solutions to help me to be more efficient with my marking. That is, to do it faster and with minimum mistakes. What suitable marking AI tool can I use? Give me 4 options and rank them accordingly. So it says, okay, I'll search for best AI tools for university level business management marking and grading. And there is, so I can forward all of this to you. If you looked at the presentation, there is an email, maybe or number, you could just send me a number. So you've got your answers here. Then you'll have to test and see what's applicable for you or what works best for you. Thank you very much.
A round of applause, colleagues. Thank you very much to both speakers. You have been a wonderful audience for us. We really appreciate the session, that it went well with all the inspirations that we have learned today, which means therefore AI is here for us to learn and embrace, because we can't do anything without it. We have learned that AI tools can be used in academia for research and teaching and learning, for business, more especially according to Brandon, in market sizing and for venture capital projection. We also learned that we need to develop relevant policies and also implement them, as well as do some monitoring and evaluation, because sometimes AR is very, very strict on us not to take it as it is, because if you are lazy, you may not be in a position to use it appropriately and effectively. By so doing, colleagues, thank you very much. The lunch is served now, and then after lunch you come back to this venue. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of the program.
ever attend in this week. And if I may humble myself and just request that may we please move to the front and occupy the front seats. I think there's a gap, and we are going to try to have an interactive session where we can interact with our moderators and our facilitators for the next session, so we cannot have roving mics to the other side and to the far right or the far left. So if you do not mind, please, can we take this time and move closer so that we can have an interactive engagement in this session? Thank you. While we're still on it, I have a missing card here. I think it fell somewhere. Somebody gave it to me for Miss P.C. Ndlovu. If you are Miss P.C. Ndlovu, please come see me to get your card. If not, I'll be swiping my heels after this at Main Lane Mall. Please come grab your card before I go on a shopping spree. I see people are still stuck on their seats. I know we're tired. We're just coming back from lunch. Can we please make our way to the front seats, please? Thank you so much. Thank you. That's a bit of a stretch as well. As we walk down, we're just stressing ourselves so that we do not get to sleep and we get to engage with the audience and our panelists as they make their way in. Can we have the ED magazine now, or can I come at the end of the day? Okay, cool. So next up on our agenda, I'll just wait a few seconds to allow you to settle down so that I can call the next speaker. We're going to call Ms. Elizabeth Masoleng, Deputy Chair for ED, Community of Practice, Student Entrepreneurship Coordinator, who is going to share to us about the CEDFA Women's Fund. Ms. Elizabeth, may you please come to the podium and share with us about the Women's Fund. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth. As said, I'm not going to present on the fund. I'm just going to share the information about it. So CEDFA has unveiled a women's fund to the value of 300 million. The unveiling took place in August. So the women's fund is strictly, sorry on this one, gents. The Women's Fund is strictly for women. It covers or caters, the aim of the fund is to try and cater all the women that are missing, the missing middle in terms of funding opportunities as well as your infrastructure development funding. So the request from SEFTA is that in order to ensure that this women fund is speaking to women and is addressing the actual needs, we are currently running a stakeholder consultation. Please, ladies and gents, can we encourage everyone just to go and check on SEFTA's websites or all their social media platform. There is a questionnaire there. Yes, it takes a bit, 5 minutes or so, but we need that voice of women. So the fund is working and it is actually for women. So gents, please don't try. I know it sounds tempting. The questions are very interesting, but we would love to hear as many women voices as possible to ensure that the fund works for all of us. So please check out www.cedfa.org.za and follow them on all their social media platforms to obtain the link. I also have those that are interested, I also have the QR code to the link. So maybe during the tea break and stuff, you are most welcome to come engage with me. If you have my number, send me a WhatsApp. I'll also share the link with you that you can share and distribute with all your studentpreneurs, especially the female or grassroots entrepreneurs in your communities. Thank you very much. Over to you, Program Director.
Thank you so much. It's quite a privilege to know that as a woman in this country, we are being taken serious. And I'll be the first to go into your website and make that application. 2 million, sis. So we are coming into an interesting part of our discussion and sessions, and this is one of the most interactive sessions that I would want us to engage in. Open our eyes and our ears, see and listen. The reason why I say open your eyes is to see what is being shared in the room, to see who is saying what, and engage directly with them when the time comes. And in this session, we are heading out into Unisa catalytic focus. And for that, I'm going to call forth the moderator, Dr. Ntabeleng Mako, who is a senior lecturer, Department of Applied Management at the University of South Africa. Ms. Mako, may you please make your way? Hands, please.
Good afternoon, colleagues. So the University of South Africa continues to lead in innovation and purpose through what we call the catalytic niche areas. These are strategic focus areas in research, innovation, and community engagement that respond directly to South Africa and Africa's problems. So these niche areas serve as beacons of transformation, harnessing South Africa's vast academic expertise and creating tangible impact in society, industry, and government. Through these catalytic niche areas, Unisa brings together multidisciplinary teams of scholars, innovators, to address key priorities. For those of you who don't know, we have 10 catalytic niche areas, and they consist of marine studies, aviation and aeronautical studies, automotive, energy, space study and square kilometer array, the fourth industrial revolution and digitalization, natural studies and biotechnological studies, health studies and medicine, feminist, womanist, Bosadi theorizations, and student support and co-curricular activities. So our panel discussion today will center around how these catalytic niche areas can play a very significant role in advancing entrepreneurial development. And for that, I would like to call upon my panelists, starting with Prof. Sin Yu Ho, who is an associate professor of economics here at Unisa, and is also an NRF C2 rated researcher and an African expert of, Prof, a leading expert of African economies. Prof. Ho, please join us on stage. And then again, we have Professor Thembela Hili, who is a distinguished professor in the College of Science, Engineering and Technology here at Unisa. He has played a key role in establishing national initiatives and infrastructure for innovation, including the STCSIR Innovation Center in Nanotechnology, CSR Innovation Laboratory, and the Startup SA with the Department of Science and Technology. Prof. Hili, please join us. And then we have Professor Ntabiseng Moraka, who is the director of the School of Management Sciences in the College of Economic and Management Sciences here at Unisa. She has played a pivotal role in establishing a dedicated research focus area on women, advancing scholarship and advocacy around gender dimensions of management and leadership at Unisa. And then we have Professor Evelyn Chilwane-Tsoka, who is a distinguished professor in the College of Economic and Management Sciences. She is a key figure and has been in the establishment of the EDHE Lekgotla since 2017 and was a previous TVET commissioner. Prof. Chilwane-Tsoka has supervised over 50 master's and doctoral students in the field of entrepreneurship. Please join us, Prof. Colleagues, we require one more chair for our last panelist, please. And then last but not least, we have Mr. Sipho Matsie, who is an LLM graduate and candidate legal practitioner at the Law Clinic here at Unisa. He is a member of the Aviation Law Working Group, and he is one of our best emerging scholars here at the University of South Africa. We just need a chair. Oh. Are we getting assistance with the chair? Thank you, thank you. Apologies, Mr. Mathieu. All right, colleagues, welcome. We know the CNAs in and out. We live, breathe, do them every day. Unisa has identified these catalytic niche areas as central to driving innovation and entrepreneurship. From your perspective, how do you believe that these CNAs that we live as Unisa can help address such challenges as unemployment, inequality, and economic growth? I will start with Prof. Healy. So please respond to that question. We can hear you, Prof. Thank you for that response. Just to top that up, Prof, how do you believe that then these research catalytic niche areas are then better translated, or best rather translated into entrepreneurial opportunities? Yes, just to top up on what you've just mentioned.
Center
Thank you, Prof. Healy. Prof. Ho, I saw you nodding as Prof. Healy was speaking, and as a C2-rated NRF researcher, I need to understand your take on this. How do you ensure that we are not only research-driven, but we are also able to create entrepreneurial opportunities through this research that we do?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. It's really my privilege to share my views with all of you. When Prof mentioned about he's coming from the technical or engineering background, and when he mentioned all the needs, those drive that is needed, I echo too much because I'm coming from the discipline of economics. And it is very important for us to understand the process from translating the research-driven CNA into the entrepreneurial opportunities. It actually takes to have the market creations and also it's an economic process, how to translate from the market all the way to entrepreneurial opportunities. I'm thinking about the multi-layer approach, which is very similar to Prof. Just mentioned. The one that we say it's for human capital, it's actually on curriculum and pedagogy. The economic rationale here is it is an investment in human capital development. And this significant skill gaps, in fact, of this, where I'm coming from, the CNA I'm talking about is on energy. So the skill gaps in green economy represent a major market failure. So if we really want to translate the research-driven incentive to the entrepreneurial opportunities, we must have building human capital for the new economy. And for example, let's look at those traditional degrees. They are training technicians, but they're not training innovators. So for us, we need to really have some integrating economic and business management model that our college can develop to cover topics like cost-benefit analysis of, in terms of energy, is the renewable energy management. And for example, like a project finance for mini-grids or supply chain management for solar components. So these will increase dramatically the absorptive capacity of the economy. And we are not just training job seeker, but we are equipping future job creator for us to build the human capital. And what Prof has just mentioned is already there, is the establishing living laboratories that to test or to de-risk in economic terms, how to minimize the risks in innovations. So if we have the lab to test those technology, it will actually dramatically reduce the risk of innovations so as to also encourage entrepreneurial activities. And the very last one that I suggest is to create the multi-stakeholder innovation hubs, which reduce the transaction cost in these innovations. The economic rationale is that the insufficient markets actually are often characterized by high transaction cost. For example, the cost of finding partners, negotiating terms, and enforcing contracts. And for Unisa, we can act as a neutral convener that can dramatically lower the transaction cost. So by bringing all together researchers, policymakers, corporates, and SMMEs, the university, in fact, can act as a centralized platform for ecosystem coordinations. And this will allow the identifications of economies of scope and scale. For example, a hub that could aggregate all the demand for multiple small-scale entrepreneurs, enabling them to produce, for example, from energy perspective, the solar panels, at bulk prices or at retail at the wholesale prices. That is the cost saving they could never achieve individually. And I think that is a very direct application of
of those strategic management to empower SMMEs? Thank you.
Thank you for that. Colleagues, Prof. Ho touched on something very important, which is training. How do we then empower our students to see our universities as entrepreneurial ventures and no longer just academic pursuits? This is to anyone on the panel.
Thank you, Chair, and afternoon. I think we need to drive away from taking our students along with our modules that we will be introducing to them, and if they are entrepreneurial, our modules that are entrepreneurial. I come from a long space of entrepreneurship, and I have realized that what works is the experience part of it, and not to only work in silos. But that what they learn in class, they put it in practice. They're able to see the innovations. They're able to see the hubs, what is happening in the market space, rather than only the theory that they learn in class. So in this case, how do we ensure that it is not only research-based? That, as I say, our learning short courses, that they will bring the third income stream, and that will build capacity with our students. That can make sure that we create more job creators than those who are job seekers.
Thank you for that answer, Prof. Evelyn. Professor Moraka, as a woman who focuses on the Busadi theorization catalytic niche area, it's always important for us as an institution and institutions to ensure inclusivity. How do we benefit from these opportunities through our research, through our collaboration, through entrepreneurship development?
Thank you so much. That is a very good question. I think that we need to refrain from putting women under limiting standards or conducts of society. Stop trying to fit women into systems that are not built for them. Women carry multiple responsibilities in homes, in societies, in communities, and the current infrastructure in terms of policy, in terms of funding models, in terms of institutional arrangement does not support that. So we need to ensure that we are quite critical and we are intentional and deliberate in policy formulation. When we introduced the catalytic niche areas in the university a few years ago, they were quite exciting, they still are. And the reason they are is because they are urgent, they are necessary, and they're also linked to continental and national priorities, which is to ensure that women have a place in society. Women are also given opportunities in leadership, in business, and also as key contributors to the macro business climate. So therefore, I do think that we need a radical reform in policy. If you also look at the Ministry of Women in the country, particularly with the state, they have merged women, children, and people with disabilities in one ministry, almost furthering the marginalization of women, where women are now seen as those who need protection or those who still need help, other than those who can contribute to business, who can contribute to technology, and who can contribute in the growth of our economy.
Prof. Moraka touched on something very important, which is actually alluding to the fact that we have a broken ecosystem. that doesn't really understand what should be prioritized and what should not. In line with that, this is an entrepreneur's dream ecosystem where you have industry, government, civil society. How do we then, based on what Prof. Maraka has said, create tangible, cohesive, conducive ecosystems where our research can flourish, where our entrepreneurs can develop and know what is meaningful in the markets that they're meant to serve?
Can I try to answer that? I think what we need to do is to engage extensively in what many universities call community engagement. At Unisa, we called it engaged research, where we actually go into the communities. The communities are hungry for knowledge. And when you go there, you must listen to the communities. We often think that access to funding or access to capital is a limiting or a contributing factor for women not to engage in entrepreneurial activities. But actually, you'd find that structural inequalities that stem from our history, how women have been socialized in the economy is a problem. So how we can solve it is we can redesign funding instruments to serve macro, or rather informal women-led businesses. There's a lot of informal township economy, and women are the major contributors in that space. Also, we need to strengthen our support ecosystems, mentorship, training, market access, reaching out to underserved communities, as I said, in townships, in rural economies. We can also ensure that we use the data, the AIs that we have, the models, to shape gender-responsive policies. And I don't think in this country we are yet there. Because even if you look at the unemployment rate of women, women and youth are the most unemployed in our country.
Thank you for that. Mr. Matsi, I'd like to ask you, how then can these CNAs, which you facilitate in aviation, contribute to social entrepreneurship and community upliftment?
Thank you very much, Chair. And as introduced, I am Sipho Machie. Before I answer your question directly, I want to just emphasize on what Prof said, that we do really need to go into the communities. The research that we produce must leave the academic shelves and actually go and make meaningful impact in the communities. Students must be taught that they need to view their academic work and use it as an entry point into the innovation economy. And I'm part of Aviation Law Working Group as Unisa, and as part of that group, we have established a project called Engage Scholarship in Rural Aviation, which is a project which will see us going into the rural communities in this country, teaching them about aviation and teaching them that aviation is more than just flying. I mean, if I could ask somebody here in this room, that person would know aviation as OR Tambo, but there is actually more opportunities in the aviation sector which the students can explore, which the students can even pursue entrepreneurial initiatives through that. We have got drones, whereby the students can look into drone technology and ensure access to mobility access in regions that are remote using aviation initiatives. Chair, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Matsie. Prof. Evelyn, you've spoken about your experience in bridging the gap between academic research, the catalytic niche areas, and commercialization. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Thank you, Chair. The only way to bridge the gap is what we see here. This week, since Monday, is a typical example of how do we bridge the gap. We need business. And in this week, we have seen business, CEDAS, government, we've seen APSA, we've seen stakeholders that we cannot do it, universities cannot do it in isolation. We need to bring on board our students. So this whole week, as I'm saying, it was about the students, it was about a business, it was about institutions and what we have learned from what others are doing. And in bridging this gap is that let us not work in silos. Let us work together in order to bridge this gap through our learning materials, through commercialization. If we identify some of the students who have maybe a patent, then we run with it. That's what we can do in bridging this gap. Also bringing the marginalized of the rural. If we bring the rural of the rural on board, that's how we can engage in scholarly.
I'd like to hear more from the other panelists about how we can bridge this gap. We know it exists, we see it, and Mr. Masia also touched on how we must look beyond just publishing, but taking our work out there. How do we bridge this gap? Because Prof. Healy also touched on that academics, we focus on the process of publication, promotion, and all of that, but we are not bridging a gap. Our information, our knowledge is not being taken out there. How do we bridge this gap? I'd just like to hear more insights from the panelists on this.
Yes, actually it's very important to bridge this gap for commercialization. As I said, I'm an economist, so I work on incentive. So if we really want to encourage the researcher to do that, then commercialization must be a key performance indicator in the KPA. So for example, and actually Unisa has been doing that for the past few years. Creating Professor of Innovations, and also counting the successful patent filing and license technology. I just read Unisa has achieved 100 patents last week, right? So which is a very, very proud achievement. So I think this is the right path for us as a university, that we acknowledge that this is the key performance indicator. And at the same time, we also can work on the innovation vouchers. That is to provide small grants to SMEs to hire Unisa researcher and their labs to solve the specific technical problem, and creating a direct pipeline, paid pipeline from research to market application. So I think that is very important. We work on incentive and also use the money wisely to provide to the entrepreneur to hire us, solve your problem. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that, Prof. Anybody else like to answer? Prof, you can go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I think maybe let me put some structure, because for the last 13 years, I've been working with the DG's Office of Science and Technology to try to look at how do we actually bridge the gap, and what do we have. I think what we have, and what is required rather, is that we have to have an invention capacity as the country. We do have that. We do universities that are doing brilliant stuff. We do have the first in the world that have been invented in South Africa, so that capacity we have. The second one is entrepreneurial capacity. What does that mean? It means young people, warm bodies, older people who can mentor those people, infrastructure in terms of incubators, fund, early stage fund in terms of VC. And if you can build that, which we are lacking in that regard. Yes, there are pockets. And then lastly, you have to have enabling institutions. We do have that. We do have policies. We do have banks for transactions and all. But I think I'm going to agree with Prof. Evelyn on the entrepreneurship capacity, especially with entrepreneurs. There has been this notion that you have to be born to be an entrepreneur. I think sometimes we have these myths. And then if we look at the education and how education is done, if we take accountants, we take doctors, we take lawyers, there's some kind of apprenticeship in all these areas. And then these people tend to end up even opening their practices at the end of the day. We're not doing that with entrepreneurs. And it is important, therefore, that we have to try to take these students, and we are doing it for them, to be honest. If we look at ourselves and say, what are universities doing? We'll still see the unemployment rate. It's even increasing. And we're saying, is it enough then of what we're doing? Rather, maybe we should augment than this to say, how do we empower them to actually being job creators? And in that regard, we have to really put an emphasis there to say, these students who are interested in actually getting into this space, you don't have to deploy them maybe in the government spaces. There's no entrepreneurship there. Or maybe in the corporate, there might be no entrepreneurship there. But you need to look at SMMEs and startups and start deploying them there. Because around the world, in any way, some of the best entrepreneurs will tell you that the idea came when they were working for a certain startup. Because the nuances in that space are different than when you are in the corporate world. The corporate world, everything is structured. At the early stage, nothing is structured. So you need to get them there to actually learn about this. The second one is incubation. The incubations we have is that you get the grant and then you looked after for a report in a year. You don't know what this guy has been doing. And yet, if you take these people by hand to actually teach them the process of moving from step A, where they are looking, I think the first step is who's going to pay for what you're doing, and all these other steps. And then in that process, bring in people who are older enough, who have been there, who have experience, to actually help them in terms of troubleshooting, that you shouldn't at least do what these ones have done to fail. And then thirdly, about the VC, especially within the startup space. People have a bad notion about what venture capital does, as sometimes coming in to take the funding or take your company. A startup is configured differently than your SMME. SMME has to grow organically to actually be where it could be. But a startup is intentionally set up so that it can accelerate growth and it can have an exponential growth before it is taken within 10 years. Be it exit by IPO or it's bought by another company. So even the instruments of finance for that then are different. So then it is important, therefore, that we build this, what I call the entrepreneurial capacity, within the ecosystem that involves the universities, your industry, and your civil service, your society, because you are trying to solve the problems of the society. As it is now, as professors, I'm sorry to say, we need to write papers. And when you write papers, it's not necessarily you create your problem in your head, which is not necessarily the problem that is out there. And then what you write about that, you get a paper. So we need to go and engage the society, the industry, to say what is the problem out there. And what that does, it actually changes our kind of technology from being a push technology to be a pull technology, because now you are actually doing or helping with a solution that is required out there. So it needs an ecosystem. It needs us to bring, to build this entrepreneurial capacity, but it also needs us to be intentional in changing culture, even at homes. When the student finishes, people will say at home, where are you going to get the job? Without considering who's going to create this job that we want this kid to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Phili.
I just want to quickly add to what Prof has said. I think the traditional university model is not agile, and it is very slow and very expensive. By the time a graduate finishes 3 years, so much has changed. And what you might have learned might not even be, unnecessary. So I think what we can also do is to offer micro courses or micro-credentials, just short learning programs that can equip our students on innovation, on how to actually, start up your own business and make sure that it is sustainable in the long run. There is also a micro credential in design thinking that can help students translate research into business ideas, as well as micro credentials in green business models, which can help students, pursue sustainability-driven businesses. So I think that's how we can actually assist also in bridging the gaps.
And to add on, I also think that what we offer should be informed, but by our advisory board. It should also be informed. We should create the linkages between private sector and the university, so that we shouldn't have modules that are not tailor-made for industry needs. Because by the time they finish here, when they're supposed to be absorbed by the market, what they have learned in theory is exactly not what is being offered in the market space. So in our curriculum, we need to say, who are the experts? And how can we learn from what is being offered outside? And bring it together so that we capacitate what we do, and that we are not alone, and that we are informed by the trends with the experts. So I think that could be another focus.
Thank you. My last question to the panel. Looking ahead, not just for Unisa, but for our universities who are also joining us here, what do universities need to focus on, any emerging trends that they must align themselves with that are positioning them in the right way with global entrepreneurial shifts? What do universities need to look at? What are the emerging trends that they can look at in order to align themselves to the entrepreneurial global shifts that are taking place?
Okay, Chair, I will just answer that briefly. The universities need not to exist in isolation. I think that's one of the fundamental points that were driven by the panelists here. The universities or academic institutions need a buy-in from the industry. All these societal problems that we are talking about cannot be solved if the universities are given all the burden to solve all of them. And in aviation, it's quite impressive to have seen Unisa having partnered with Air Traffic Navigation Service, which is a state-owned company that is responsible for aviation in this country. That will see the research output within aviation actually being practicalized in the industry through that meaningful partnership that the university has established. So we need more industry engagements, such as the annual Aviation Indaba, which is constituted by a flying jurist, which is headed by Professor Angelo Dube, the acting director at the College of Law. That Indaba houses agencies such as United Nations, houses agencies such as the African Union, traditional leaders, investors, government department. So my point in a nutshell is that we need more participation from the private sector to assist the universities to drive their academic agenda. Thank you.
I think all what we need is our incubation, our hubs. That's where the ideas, and that's where the practicality of the space. Our students need to know what they do and to see it practical. If the infrastructure that we have allows for that participation of the space where our incubation are, then the solutions to the pandemic of the unemployment. You know, when we started in 2017 about this graduate unemployment, it was the Lekgotla. The question that came was, what are we going to do about these students? It was not only the universities that had problems, but our TVET space. And the question was, in the TVET space, that's where we thought that the cohort that comes from the TVET space are relevant because they have done the practicals. They have seen it in space. And to our dismay, it was that Even those that were coming from the TVET space were stuck in job seeking. They were stuck in creating CVs. So what was the problem? Then we then decided as a summit that let us now see that we should work in collaboration of industry, collaboration with the government, and not in silos.
Sure, I agree with Prof. What I can say is that societies are looking for goodwill. Universities should strive to ensure that it produces entrepreneurs who are also leaders who are ethical. In our country, we have a problem of corruption. We have a problem of self-serving individuals who do not really care about the social ills that we found in our country. And therefore, our entrepreneurs must be taught how to strategize, how to demonstrate leadership, ethical leadership in all areas of life. And also helping to brand entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs can focus on just 3 issues. One, that is strategy. Where are you now? Where are you going? And how are you going to get there? If you can answer all those questions, you'll be fine in terms of strategy. Number 2 is substance. What is your product? What makes it unique? What makes it innovative? What makes it impactful? And how will it contribute to macroeconomic development? How will it contribute to the people around you, to the communities around you? The other one is symbolic action. Your product must be memorable, must be remarkable, must actually have a space in society so that when you happen to leave this earth, you would have lived your purpose. Thank you.
I can't hear you. No, it's not on, Prof. Prof. Moraka, will you please share?
It's on. We have what we call the National System of Innovation in South Africa. And what this does, I think, is a policy platform where you have universities as knowledge generators, you have the funding institutions like the NRF, you have the industry, some would be like what do you call this? Government industries and just industry in general. And what always happens, there was a review of this in 2012 to say, why is it that, because where it begins with understanding the problem, which is where the policymakers come in. And then once that is out, then it has to be put within the system of these institutions. First with, do we have knowledge in the space, that is the universities? And then can we fund this? And then from funding this, are we able to take it to the market as it is? I'll give you an example of where we failed and what I think the remedy is. There's this sexy, as I would call it, back then, a space called nanotechnology. So when nanotechnology came, just like as AI now, there was a huge hype to say it's going to change things and all that. We even have a strategy in South Africa to say it's going to do 3 things. One, the sexy part means the students would want to do science again because it's nanoscience begets nanotechnology. And the second one, we're looking at our problems in terms of, there was a 2-pronged strategy that says, we need to look at the societal problems, which is health, energy, and water. And then we have to look at the economic problems, we're big in mining, agri-processing, and bioprocessing. So we had that. It went through Parliament, it was accepted. Now the idea now is that, how do we take this and implement it? Because it has this promise. Now the first thing that happened is that we have to build capacity within universities. Sometimes the knowledge generators are the ones who are supposed to be flexible, but they are not flexible enough. And then from there, yes, the funding was pumped, but after 10 years, there were no products. And now what one has to understand is that from the business point of view, businesses have already been doing what they've been doing. And in terms of risk mitigation from the business point of view, you don't just take any technology, especially when it's new, because you don't know how to handle the risk. So you need it to have some traction first, then you can buy it. And who's supposed to give that traction? It's startups. So within our system of innovation, we don't have that particular aspect where we have startups, so which means we have at the end the bottleneck. But unfortunately, we're also not flexible enough within the knowledge generation itself. Hence, Prof. here was saying, we are teaching students, but in 3 years, whatever they have been taught, it's irrelevant for industry because we have not been linking and we've not been flexible enough. So I think what is important, therefore, is that there should be interaction within the space, within the systems, and the hubs as well. A university by itself. There's now a quote that says, universities should move beyond just being a passive spillover and be active launch pads for new companies using public funded research. Why is that? Yes, there's a lot of serendipity at universities, but we take it, we give it time to say, yes, in 20 years, there was that technology that came from the science that was done then. I think our challenges now are actually confronting it at a high speed. And we have to be also be intentional to then say, let's actually use these labs. We always talk about the huge ecosystem. The university is in itself, when I say, we have all this body of knowledge, we have the infrastructure, we can start being this microcosm that actually works together and stop being in our silos and start engaging and bring industry. If we do that, I think a lot of these problems and maybe even this gap will start to disappear. And we even have these warm bodies that we have to actually channel them in the right way. And it doesn't necessarily mean to talk about only high tech. So if you're teaching entrepreneurship, for example, as I know you do, you can then say to your students, on that vacation, maybe a month, get them to go to all these corporates around the country. Let them go and help those women who are doing something there and say, how can you improve on this? By then, when they come back, they have learned something. And when they go out there now, they already have an idea of what kind of solutions they can provide. So it's as I said, it's a process. You have incremental and you have the big one. So let's not be shy in exposing them into these things. And you'll be surprised how excited they are going to be when they actually now sit with people trying to say, we don't even know how to come up with this balance sheet, or we don't know what it means to grow. And yet we've given that information. Let them practice that. And then we'll be able to actually thrive. And we'll have our students actually doing relevant stuff. Because all these things are there. You'll hear government people saying, we've put this money there, we put that there. But we are not connecting. We're not actually gelling. Universities then can start those microcosms to help take these things to the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
In fact, I have a long list to tell. What are those expansion as the aspect of energy that we can do? But I think Prof has concluded in a very nice way, so I will stop here.
Oh, thank you. Do we have time for a question? Just two from the audience? Can you get a roving mic?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I am one of the students from TVET College, which is Egurileni East TVET College. It is more like a suggestion than a question. I feel like we also need to be aware of the cultural environment. As Prof mentioned, that we need to be taken into places where we actually expose in that. It also comes back to the cultural way. We also need to be informed about different parts of cultural environments, so that we as entrepreneurs will be able also to customize our products into way that they're going to accommodate that culture that we've been through. That will also make us to be competitive in the global environment. I thank you.
Thank you for that input. There's a question here, please, to the gentleman in the blue suit.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for the panelists for a very insightful contribution to this event. I'm Gift Morolong from Andrews Attorneys. I'm an attorney and a real estate agent principal, and I'm also one of the former students. I did my master's here in corporate law. I've studied the different entities that can help us to take over the world. I did my research in the regulations of entities to make sure that they perform very well. So I've seen that there's a problem that we have between this university producing graduates to go to the market and work or create jobs, and the problems of those big corporates in accepting them to be owners of the economy. So I was thinking that, or suggesting that, if the universities in South Africa, because you are operating under government, you are government funded, why can't you have your own entity that is a private company, but with that private company, you will have investors that are revolutionaries who want to revolutionize the economy in Africa, to say, we are going to invest there because you're producing a threat to our market, because we have made our money. You will have a stake as the universities to use these entities to hire your graduates to be owners or to be directors or CEOs of these entities. That are where you find that university will have shareholding there. And the university will have control as to what's going to happen. Unlike you are producing people who are very good, who have good products, who don't have capacity and mechanisms and human capital to move. For example, a lotion product that is produced by you won't be able to sell it to the world if you only have 5 students who came up with it. So if you have that entities, you will be partnering with other entities who have been here for decades to say, this is our entity, we have shares in this entity as a university. Help our students, mentor them, engage in a mentorship program to make sure that they succeed to become owners of their own products. Thank you very much.
Thank you. In 30 seconds, a response from the panel, please.
But I think it's also important. You're spot on. And in fact, this is what we're trying to do. And some of these universities that are progressive, what they do, I'll talk to the space where you have IP already or products from that the students have come up with. So we already started at CSET to actually have our students looking at the products that they have developed, but looking at them as part of the solution for the problems that are out there. So once they do that, you will then have the university having a share of that, but the company will be the students' company. They will tend to be co-founders. So we're actually, when we talk about these startups, we're actually trying to generate these startups so that whatever they do, they then be incubated and actually take these outside. such that they are the ones now who are running these businesses with universities helping them. That's one way of actually commercializing public-funded research outputs. Why the university is important in this regard? Deliver or not, because the investors are interested in the fact that the university already have some kind of, you call it, some kind of status or credibility that helps the student, that this is not just coming from anywhere else. It means that there were scientists who actually thought about how this product could be. But those scientists will not be able to take that from the lab to industry. So if I may, for the students, what usually we do, we say...
Prof, we're out of time.
Okay.
But we will...
Put this one to
Okay, all right.
I think it's important for them. These things that we're talking about are not things that are necessarily high-end. Some of the big companies were among students trying to trick each other. Google was coming from people trying to play volleyball and basketball and working together. Facebook came from a disgruntled young man who wanted to has a problem with a girlfriend. So the market is amongst you. And if you're doing technical stuff, for example, you have three things. You can't do it alone. You need what we call a hacker, somebody who understands how to do things, how to do coding and all that. But beyond that, you need a hipster, those ones which adapt technology very fast and they say, this is the trend now in the market, we need this. And then after that, you need a hustler, the one who's going to get out there. So for you, look for those people around you and say, it's about time to try and solve a problem, because you think you might have a problem. If you do, and it is a problem, it means your peers actually have that problem as well. And there is your market already. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much, my dear panelists. I thank you. We have come to the end of our session now. Thank you. We are done. Thank you.
We are finally approaching the last moderated session of the day. Can I please see your smiles? I know you are tired, and I'll ask you humbly, because we do not have enough time, if we could just all stand. I know we are tired, I know we are adults, sibadala kwangoku, but I humbly ask for us to stay awake so that we can be present, be in the moment, and engage. Unfortunately, we can't open enough hours or time for questions, but for you to be present. I need you to take what the moderators have to share with us and take it home and do the much needed changes. So if we could just do one stretch up and one stretch up, and we do to the side, and we do one, and we clap once, and we're going to clap twice, and we're going to clap twice. Please clap. Give your neighbor a high five, and we may be seated. We are done. We are literally done. So I'm going to call in. Please remain seated. We're not yet done, but we are done. We're not yet done. Somewhere there. Please remain seated. I'll urge you to kindly remain seated as I call forth Professor Paul Kioni, lecturer and former Vice-Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University of Technology in Kenya. And after he ascends the stage, I'll then call in all his panelists to join us. This is not going to take our time. I know we are tired, but this is quite important. Prof, welcome. May I also be joined on stage by Dr. Ratakani Maime, lecturer, National University of Lesotho. Thank you. We can clap, please. May I please call Mr. Fabian Banda, Collaborative Research Hub for Multidisciplinary Advancement, University of Zambia. I'll also call forth Dr. Kuyu Bayak Yuan, Research Professor at the College of Artificial Intelligence, Ewha Women's University, South Korea. I'll call forth also Professor Lawrence Diko, Associate Professor, Univen Chair, TENSA, COP for Entrepreneurial Educators Program. And lastly, Professor Heshon Auder, Faculty of Informatics and Computer Science, the British University of Egypt. Thank you. Yes, you may begin.
Yeah, thank you very much. This is the last session of the day, and it will generally build on what we've been discussing. And here we get to hear the group of voices outside South Africa, from Lesotho, from Zambia, from Egypt, and from Korea. So we'll spend about 30 minutes. So each panelist will have about 5 minutes or so. And then after that, we open our discussions to the participants. So then we can have the panelists responding to the questions which will come from the floor. So I will start with Professor, with Dr. Maime from National University of Lesotho. And I would like you to spend a few minutes to tell us about the innovation entrepreneurial ecosystem in your university, and share with us what is working that we can borrow from you at the implementation institutions. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Prof. Yes, I am Rata Kane Maime from the National University of Lesotho. I think ours is a growing ecosystem, but that has some fruits already that we can see. It has challenges as much as it has some benefits that we are already reaping. From the university context, the main driver of innovation is the NUL Innovation Hub. So the NUL Innovation Hub incubates businesses that come from students and lecturers working together to develop ideas. And then what we do is we incubate those ideas within the Innovation Hub for a period of about 3 years, because we understand the kind of support that students specifically need, especially because our background is that of, let's say, 2-3 years ago, we only developed an entrepreneurial course that is supposed to be taken by all students throughout the university. We only started with that about 2 years ago. So that means we spent a great deal of time, maybe for about 10 years, where we were incubating ideas that come from individuals who have no entrepreneurship background or who have no commercial background. But if you look at the kind of successes already that we have managed to have, you realize that the ground in itself was ready, and we are capitalizing on the hunger, I must say, of what we see among students, especially working with their mentors and lecturers. So our ecosystem, as I'm saying,
is that it's young, and yet I think it is fast growing. It's supported now from the business angle by our commercial department, where we are now rolling out entrepreneurship courses throughout the entire university. And then it is also then supported by the Innovation Hub, where ideas are now incubated after they are developed by students and lecturers. And then outside the university, it is also supported by, from the Innovation Hub, we developed what we call MILCO, which is Made in Lesotho Cooperative, where all products that are developed by Basotho, specifically from different angles of the country, where we now, because we realize that mostly large supermarkets, large companies or businesses or stores like your ShopRite, and they are not able sometimes to accommodate products, especially because of capacity. So, and I'm sure that's a challenge that we come across across the board. Sometimes our students, sometimes our community members are not able to produce at the capacity that these large stores would need. So what we did was, in order to help these students, in order to help the community at large, in fact, to commercialize and to bring their product to the industry, we had to develop that Made in Lesotho cooperative, where now products also don't only end up at the level or at the stage of development, but we also then bring them out into a market. And so we produce another unit in the market where we accommodate those products, so that at least our students and our communities are able then also to go even into the market through that vehicle that we developed. I think that is more, it's not the same like the idea that advocate was talking about, but it's not exactly the same. But I think it's more or less the same. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I think building on that, Professor Fabian from University of Zambia, where you lead the collaborative and multidisciplinary hub. Can you probably discuss more about the involvement of the lecturers and the challenges of bringing them together to work with the students? And building on what Dr. Maime has said, how do you manage also the ownership of what comes out of the innovation ecosystem?
Thank you very much, Prof. Greetings from Zambia. To start with, I'm not a professor. Thank you for that promotion, though. I think for us as an institution, the foundation first starts with trying to bring out innovation. What we have realized, actually the genesis starts from a policy. Through an act of parliament in 2021, government saw it fit that we have, as institutions, public institutions in the country, have the office of Deputy Vice Chancellor for Research and Innovation. The reason behind it is, first I should state that as the University of Zambia, we are actually one of the oldest universities, established in 1965 and operationalized in 1966. But what we saw was that research outputs that were coming out of our institution were not being harnessed. So government saw it fit that we have an office that is dedicated to handle research and innovation that is coming of public institutions. Hence, we have now an office that deals with that. But now coming to the question, how then do we harvest these innovations? Because we believe the starting point to entrepreneurship is innovation. And with innovation itself, again, the drive of it is identification of challenges. Because it is from there that you're going to build a resilient entrepreneur. Because you are providing solutions to direct needs. So what we have done is that we have invigorated this aspect of bringing out innovation in our students, telling it also to the national needs. We have aspirations as a nation. We are driven by the aspirations of the Vision 2030, where we're looking at our country to become a middle-income country. But then, what drives that? We have the 8th National Development Plan, which now speaks to the great needs of the country. So for us to meet that now, we drive demands for innovation. So most of our cause are driven to invigorate research that is tailored to finding solutions to our societal needs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. So that's a unique arrangement where the government actually has mandated you specifically to look at innovation. We can build on that by hearing Dr. Ayun, research professor at the College of Artificial Intelligence in Korea. So how do you compare the kind of innovation ecosystems we are discussing and what you have in Korea on one hand, and then on the other hand, what do you think of the role of AI in also transforming the research and innovation ecosystems and also transforming entrepreneurship in general? Dr. Yun.
Okay, thank you. Hello, everyone. I know you're very tired right now, but I'm going to give you very valuable information today. Korea's innovation ecosystem today is built on a foundation of research and development. Yeah, strong university industry collaboration is also. For a decade, we focused on applied engineering, taking research all the way to commercialization. Yeah, and that created giants like Samsung, Hyundai, but now we are in a transition. The ecosystem is shifting from hardware-driven to AI and data-driven innovation, emphasizing creativity, ethics, and inclusivity. When I look at Africa, I see a different from equally powerful opportunity. Here, innovation can leapfrog. It can start digital first without being tied to older systems. There's a huge advantages. If universities and government can nurture open innovation labs and cross-border collaborations, Africa can skip stages Korea had to spend decades building. As for AI, it's becoming the engine of discovery itself, helping researchers find insights, predict outcome, and connect disciplines faster than ever. AI doesn't replace human creativity, but it amplifies it. It allows innovation ecosystems, whether in Seoul or Pretoria too. Okay, so let's move from reactive problem solving to proactive invention after, and then I believe is where the future truly begins. Sure.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think we've heard of a couple of things, including the issue of virtual innovation labs. Probably as we go along, you elaborate on that. And very importantly, that AI does not replace creativity. I think it's something to note as we go along. So I now come to Dr. Diko. Yeah, what are some of the learnings and trades from DENSA in the application of technology to drive innovation and entrepreneurship?
Thank you very much. I speak here as chairperson for DENSA's COP for entrepreneurship educators. TENSA really, at this point in time, focuses on two very key initiatives. The first one is what we launched in November last year. It's called Unico Create, where TENSA is inviting member institutions to partner with industry in the embedding of entrepreneurial curriculum. I think that particular item was delved into very well in the previous session, but we cannot emphasize on that enough, where universities must partner with industry in developing the curriculum. At the current moment, we use them for placement, work integrated learning, practicals. That is not good enough. Industry must be at the center of the curriculum, because together with industry, we can co-create solutions for society. The other area where TENSA is actively involved, colleagues, is in this community of practice, where we want to encourage conversations amongst ourselves as educators across the PSET sector in South Africa, whether TVET colleges, CETs, and universities. Let's have the conversation around what is entrepreneurship. Because the moment we start focusing on entrepreneurship as business, we tend to limit participation from all possible stakeholders. And when we do that, then we reconceptualize entrepreneurship as value creation. Then every student, irrespective of your discipline, your background, you want to add value in your particular stream of academics. And particularly, colleagues, when it comes to academic entrepreneurship, where we want to talk about research for innovation. That's what South Korea is doing. That's how China has evolved to where it is today. And so, as institutions, you must define what entrepreneurship means for you. You know, building on your strength, and together with the partner institutions, EDHE and TENSA, there are opportunities for us to provide support through partnership from the European Commission, and we would assist you in driving that a particular initiative. Thank you very much, moderator.
Thank you very much. I don't know whether we have Professor AEUA online. No, he's not online. He's not online. So, in that case, I think I go to the question and answer session from the floor. We are now ready to receive questions or reactions to what has actually been presented. Maybe we get the first 5 questions, we respond to them first. Yeah, starting from here. Maybe I can see by show of hands, so you can know how much time to. Any other question other than from the lady in front here? Okay.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Tikeledi. I am from the University of the country, University of South Africa. I'm a student entrepreneur. I think we love to speak as South Africans and institutions. We are mostly fed theory, and it doesn't go hand in hand with practice. And you guys produce students without practice. We get theory in our study guides. After that, we gather here, we get another theory. We talk. How about we read what we are fed, which is like outdated syllabus. And then when we gather here through these programs, we are like, let's not talk more. The enterprises that we create, canvas model every day. When are we going to implement? When are we going to say, okay, yeah, here's the funds. Where is your idea? Let's start a prototype. So we hit the ground running. Or we at least say, yeah, I'm a graduate, and through my time at Unisa or through my time at Verse or through this is what I accumulated. But we keep on traveling up and down. University of Durban, we are talking. University of Witwatersrand, we are talking. We talk every day. We talk every day. When are we gonna implement? Can't our universities come up with every department? Okay, I'm studying community development as well. Okay, here is organizations on the ground that we work with or we collaborate with. We are done with first year. Now we can go into the ground. Let's go and engage. Let's go and work. Let's go and because what we are learning and what is on the ground or what's in the market is total different things. We are learning about Ernesto Sierra Leone, who says Italians went to Namibia in 1981 to plant tomatoes, and then because they did not do research, it failed. Okay. How is that going to help me?
We hear you.
Exactly, and we are forced to write. I was writing about neo-colonization and global north and global south. Yeah. Because I love traveling. I had to research based on my actual research and things that I see on the ground. I wrote there and I got a 0 because I did not reference the study guide that is outdated, and I feel like it's just two different things. So I'm asking our departments, mobilize, get us, we are available, we are here, I'm here, I'm ready, please. Take me, use me.
Okay, thank you.
Like you can use me 24 hours, I don't get tired.
Thank you very much. We have, maybe take another question. Be brief and direct the question to one of the panelists, please. Okay. Be brief.
Thank you very much. I'm Dira Halala. I'm an innovation hub administrator, so I've been incubating businesses. So what I've seen as a real problem is that within the innovation space, innovation hub space, we accept students with ideas, the good one, but most of the time not good to do business. On the face of it, good. Now, the starting point is the key challenge. They don't understand how to use money. So from the stipend point of view, now they get into incubation. They don't understand how to create value, irrespective of capacity building, because we start by financing livelihoods while we go through that process. When they graduate, they go back, they seek jobs, and sell whatever equipment they have because they need this money to go out. So what we have seen actually is a key problem that I can definitely maybe highlight with respect to how we can approach it. I think engaging with the private sector so that the strategic intent is very clear as far as business is concerned, I think they can do well with that practical application of what is actually business, because a student, if you can send them maybe to gather market research, and then from market research to say, how do we tailor solutions upon that, and then to drive that, I think that could be the starting point to say, maybe we become very practical. Sure. Thank you.
Okay. Do I get you to mean mismatch, that there is a mismatch between what the students get in the institutions and what the industry requires? Is that correct? Okay. Then.
Thank you very much, Prof. I'm going to be brief. I'm just going to emphasize what I said before. I think the power is in our hands as Africans. Mm-hmm. We have the resources, we have the brains, and we see most of our intelligent people are going abroad and being used there and not using their skills here. I think here, with our research capacity as universities, we need to create a research hub where we sit down and say, how are we going to make sure that we dismantle red tapes, economic red tapes, for these young guys who are going to own companies and be able to access the market easily. We have people who are a specialist in Africa, but they are not making money because there's red tapes that are there, and our institution knows about that. I think we need to have a specialized department in our universities to make a research to say these red tapes are making sure that the economy does not accrue. Like, for example, unnecessary compliance. There's unnecessary compliance that is expected for our young students who want to enter into the market.
Okay.
So it's very important that we after this, we sit down, we influence the minister to say, can we have this thing, support it? These researches must be taken seriously by parliament and the legislature to make policies and laws to make sure that these red tapes are dismantled. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Those are 3 questions. We can have 2 more. And if we can we also direct the questions to the panelists? This was about the global voices. So we need input from other countries so that we can integrate that into the South African system. So let's address ourselves the questions, the experiences we have had in the other countries, in Lesotho, in Zambia, with the University of Zambia, and also in Korea and so on. Yeah, please, up there. I think the mic is up there.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deborah Twala. I'm from SETFA, under the incubation space. My question is, how do you then bring industries to influence incubation and the curriculum that is given by the university so that the product that is out of that incubator is marketable and has traction outside of the incubation program? Thank you. And I think the question is directed to...
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Okay. I didn't see the person important too. Oh, it's to you. Okay. We get the last question. These are 5 questions we said. Yeah, from down here. The last 2 from here.
Yes, hi. I'm asking to Prof from Korea. I'm interested in the philosophy of, it's called Simaul Undong, which is a concept that is uniquely South Korean. I'm interested in how that cultural concept has impacted the work that has been done to develop Korea, and how some of those can be applied into the African context, because it seems to have been a big driver to what we see in South Korea today. And I think we're talking cultural entrepreneurship in Africa, but there's no philosophy.
Okay. Did you want to ask a question? The lady seated next to you. Okay. Thank you very much. So we have 5 questions. I think the first one was really urging us to act. We bring transformation by acting. Talking is also very important. But we can generally respond to that. Then the second one was the mismatch between what students get in the learning institutions and what is required in the workplace. So any one of us can answer that. The third one is the power is in our hands. That's true. In terms of action, that was directed to the government, to the minister, and all that. So probably that's something for us to note. Then question number 4 was the issue of curriculum. You're going to handle that. But I would also like Engineer Fabian to also probably talk about the industry advisors. I think you have them in Zambia, don't you? As part of the university organization, or is in some other. You could comment on that also. In terms of what you're doing in Zambia, I will comment on that. If you don't, then of course the philosophy of the cultural context in terms of bringing about a vibrant innovation entrepreneurship ecosystem. So we start with you, Prof, and as you do that, make also your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. I would quickly touch on the first question from the first speaker, just to share with you a quote from Peter Drucker. And Peter is arguing that entrepreneurship is not about the product, and I'm adding the service, but it is about the value it creates. So it's up to us to assess, even within our own spaces, what value we are really creating, whether in the academic space or not. Deborah, to your question, you see, the moment you speak about universities haven't developed a curriculum already, then the industry has little or nothing to do to influence it at that stage. Hence, through TENSA, we are suggesting that there should be co-creation. And the advantage of co-creating is that industry has the relevant resources that would back such a curriculum. The second part of your question speaks to how things play out in our incubation hubs. One of the challenges is that we are not scouting. And so we get products that did not go through the ideation stage, or in fact, have not been fully empathized on. So a product comes to your unit with potential that has been missed. So we are encouraging hubs to also start scouting so that students or potential clients empathize fully, not missing any opportunity. And then when they get to your stage, it becomes easy for them to make an impact once they land in the market. Or else they get there and almost instantly they freeze or they die out. The last comment on the cultural aspect quickly as I close. In China, we visited China in June. We spent an entire month benchmarking and studying. And like Korea, China is built on 3 pillars: Taoism, Confucianism, and Buddhism. And you ask yourself, as South African, what is our cultural identity? Is it Ubuntu? Can it be translated in the curriculum like it's obtained in China and also in South Korea? I'll leave that as a food for thought. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Young.
Yeah, Korea has very few natural resources in my country. In the past, many businesses were simple trade in minerals or agricultures. Yeah, that work is important, but today we need entrepreneurship that is intelligent and technology enabled. I want to stress one point very clearly. The companies that keep attracting sustainable investment year after year are technology driven. Yeah, you need a capability that others cannot easily copy. The capability is your moat. If anyone can do exactly what your company does, your company will eventually lose its reason to exist. Yeah, building such companies takes time. Often it takes about a decade or more to reach a major milestones. Yeah, during those years, you need patience, and then you need a first customer, and you need a rapid learning cycles. So Korea learned this the hard way. We tried many support programs. Not all of them worked, but too often we funded startups and that were not truly technology-based. Over time, after many failures, our policy and our culture shift, so we began to focus on technology-based entrepreneurship, on helping teams test quickly, and on helping them win their first-year customers. So Korea has very few, as I told you, Korea has very few natural resources. So we do not have any oil. So we are, in many ways, a country without manpower compared to large nations. But we survived with technology, engineering, and R&D. So let me be direct about our own country. If Samsung collapsed, Korean collapsed. Yeah, if Samsung and Hyundai collapse, our country face crisis, you know. Yeah, that is how independent we are on technology. And we are on a few global champions. We have no minerals to lean on, and our domestic market is not huge. So we stand because of technology. Yeah, that's why I believe technology-based entrepreneurship can be the nation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Then, Fabian, you can comment on partnerships with the industry.
First goes to the concern that was raised on practicality. How practical are we to addressing challenges that breed entrepreneurs? I think the first thing that we have to look at is, if we are coming up as entrepreneurs, what are we providing for society? Because that's where the practicality aspect comes. We want to develop technologies that will take us to the moon. Yes. But before we do that, we look at the challenges that we're facing right now, the sanitation, climate change. What sort of solutions are we providing that are meeting the direct needs that we have on the ground? That is why back home we have the National Science and Technology Council. This is a council that provides grants to research and innovation. And there's a deliberate policy that all causes that we are having currently are those that are meeting our challenges. 2 years ago, we had the adverse effect of El Nino, massive drought. So right now, what we're looking at is, what sort of technologies are we providing? What sort of solutions are we bringing to the table? I'll give a practical example. In our country, we are, for energy sources, we are predominantly dependent on hydro and biomass. When we talk biomass, the ripple effect of it is deforestation. So when we call for solutions, they might sound simple, but they're providing a solution on the ground. If an innovator comes up with a solution that will convert some certain form of biomass and give us energy for cooking, that in itself is an answer, because then it is providing a solution to a direct need. For an entrepreneur, once you do that, it means business is already for you, because there's a need that you've seen on the ground. So ideally, that's what we are looking at as we are pushing for an entrepreneurial stance as a country, finding solutions to our current challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
I'm not sure if there is a particular
There
question.
wasn't a specific question addressed to you. However, you could comment on the issue of bringing industry on board. And I would also like to ask Professor Diko to comment on the same, particularly with regard to the community of practice of entrepreneurship educators, how you bring the views of the industry into the education system.
Okay. Yeah, the issue of industry is very important one. And yet I also find that we have to know, whenever you bring 2, 3, or 4 people together, you need to know exactly what they have to contribute, and you need to know what is their area of expertise that is needed. And because remember, an industry partner is also not an educator. So when we bring together these, whether it's government, universities, industries, we have to admit that all of them are important. But what I find is mostly we don't know how to coordinate these interactions so that they are not destructive, but they are helpful and they help us achieve what we need to achieve. What I find also is that at NEL, we used to have faculty advisory boards. And now we are part of the Unico Create that Doc spoke about. And we are now working on building university industry advisory boards because we see their value. But I've always been saying we need to also know exactly who contributes what in this partnership. Within the university context, I find that what we have not been doing is, or what we have been doing mainly, and I find that this is true across the board. When we talk about commercialization, are you aware that it mostly excludes commerce department or faculties within universities? I find that that is the case throughout many universities. We talk about commercialization, and yet it scarcely or mostly excludes the commerce department within the university. So, in that context, what happens is, from hard sciences, we develop, because whenever people go into the lab, they can combine chemicals, and they can combine this with that and come up with a product. Good. But the problem is, because we did not involve the commercial disciplines within our ecosystem, we now have to think about what to do with what we have done. And by that time, we have already spent time and resources. So that's why you find that we now are forced, and we spend a lot of this is one of the things that delay commercialization. It's because someone who is not from a commercial background is commercializing. So one of the challenges we should deal with within the universities is, how do we bring together, how do we coordinate the resources that we already have, the disciplines we already have within the university to work together, so that everyone within the university understands what a business idea is and can differentiate a good idea from a business idea, so that research informs innovation. Research informs entrepreneurship. We have been doing it the other way around, and that delays our success. So let's also, it's the same thing when it comes to industry. Industry, yes, must inform curricula, not develop curricula per se, but inform curricula. Now I'm coming to the issue of, how do we bring in these people? What is their particular responsibility in this case? It is that of informing what we are doing, but not necessarily developing. Because the developing part, we would all agree as educators, it requires a particular training for one to develop and for one to even educate. What we also do at NUL is we bring in industry as guest speakers, so that they come and share with our students their successes and their failures in the industry, because students need all of that. So we bring them in as guest speakers to come and share those experiences with our students. So I'm still saying what is important is for us to understand, everyone from their discipline, what is their particular contribution in this ecosystem. Lastly, what I find is, we need to challenge our university ecosystem, our university entrepreneurial ecosystem, and the national ecosystem. We have a problem where we talk about entrepreneurship, but mostly we are unwilling to make our hands dirty in developing it. Universities will most of the time want to go outside to look for funding to fund entrepreneurship within their corridors. Governments at national level will do the same. They are willing to go outside to look for an external funder, and most of the time, even if it's not external funding, most of the triggers for our entrepreneurial ecosystem are external. That's why there is no sustainability within what we are doing. So it's a high time we understand that. If we have an ecosystem that depends mostly on external triggers, we don't have an ecosystem. It must be funded from within, so that it doesn't chase funding, but it pulls, it attracts. So most of the time you'll find that we are not attractive. We are chasing someone to help us. But that is not, when you want to create value, you must create a platform that that someone wants to participate in it because they see value in it. Not where we are the only support we can give is talk, but we are not willing to pop out. No one wants to do that with their own children, where you want to look for someone to help you fund your children while you are putting your hands in your pocket. So that's the thing that I see. Now we are seeing, when America said we are no longer funding, we have a problem. Why? Because most of what we were doing depended too much on outside triggers and not internal triggers. Let's attract. Let's not chase, because that is not sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor.
Thank you, moderator. 3 quick points just to share. How do we get industries to partner with our institutions? Institutions need to be proactive and not reactive. There's something we picked up in China. It says, a ride for a meal. If you notice the economy, there are lots of scooters, lots of bikes that they use. So the concept there is every ride is equal to a meal. And I began to say to myself, every queue is equal to a meal. We need to stop being reactive. We need to be proactive as institutions. Opportunities are there. We need to reach out to industry. Institutions need to build on their strength so that the concept and the identity is not hijacked by the industry you want to partner with. You build on your strength. I'm coming from the University of Venda. Our strength is our rural-based constituency, but also our involvement in agriculture. So every partnership we want should speak to agriculture for our people. You determine that. Third point and final point, there is need for political will. Political will that would create enabling environments for industry to want to come and partner with institutions. It's a win-win. I'd leave it at that. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, for that contribution. I think the key takeaways is the emphasis, engagement with the industry, and also being practical and listening to the community is not does not amount to abandoning our responsibility as educators. It doesn't also mean that the academic training or foundation that is offered in the institutions is not necessary. It means we need to deepen it by becoming the subject experts and looking at the context of application, not necessarily abandoning that. There is emphasis on creativity, whether you are dealing with AI and incorporating it, the critical issues remain creativity, critical thinking, still there. We have had some very interesting models from Lesotho on creating a cooperative that takes over or helps the innovators to have a punch in the market so that they can have they can compete with the bigger players and also deal with the bigger entities like supermarkets and so on. As we also discuss some of the issues that have come from the floor, it's good to note the existence of Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa, and we had a parallel meeting earlier in the day, because it's also a platform where some of these things are discussed and where there can be development of the ecosystems that we are discussing here. There is also the Origin Research and Innovation Labs, which is also an important platform. The issue of philosophy is very important. We have heard about the philosophy, the cultural context in China and in Korea. And here we say we probably need to unpack the Ubuntu and see how it also applies to what you're trying to do here. However, Dr. Maime has really emphasized the importance of funding and financing what we are doing ourselves. We need to create a situation where our innovations attract and our entrepreneurial activities attract instead of chasing, so that they are sustainable in the long run. And finally, we have to have the research also informing and driving the innovations that we take the industry. So I share for the group, for the panelists, thank you very much. And with that, I think we concluded our session. I hand over to the facilitators here. Thank you. Push this.
Thank you so much. May we please give them one last hand of applause for that. Thank you. We have come to the end of our session, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for the patience you have. I know it is not easy to sit through all the sessions, but I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for sitting and staying and listening to all the panel members. Some of them have traveled from far places to come and share their expertise with you. It takes courage, it takes resilience, and it takes humility for someone to remain and end with a program. Please give yourself a round of applause for that. So I only have 3 announcements. The first one is if you have RSVP'd for the gala dinner, as you walk outside, please grab this gold handbag. This will be your entrance into the gala dinner. Please make sure, for those who do not know, please alert them, or those who have left to their respective hotels, please let them know that they need to grab this as their entrance for the gala dinner. Secondly, we have been informed that there are colleagues who would want to coordinate transport to the gala dinner via shared Uber resources. So if you're one of those colleagues that want to take joint Uber to the gala dinner, please, as we soon leave this auditorium and go outside, join with others, and you can coordinate and making your way to the gala dinner. Lastly, we are starting exactly 9 a.m. tomorrow. So to avoid to prolong the program and have everybody stay longer, because it's a short program and we're only ending at 2 o'clock, I am asking and humbly asking you, please be seated in this auditorium by 9 a.m. Please enjoy a good evening and see you tomorrow.